Hello, everybody, and welcome to this very special episode of the 3DO experience, or should I say the 3D Don't. 3DOn't. I don't know how
And
we're going to call this.
I'd call it 3DOn't.
3DOn't.
Yes.
So, we had kind of talked about doing a little side series of like bonus episodes going forth. I think we agreed like once a month. That sounds pretty good.
Yeah. It just might be like a monthly thing we do, but like I think if say we skip a month for whatever reason, I don't think it'll be that big of a deal. This is just kind of whatever. Unless
Yeah.
these take off and people really like them, that's like, well, shit, we should probably do more of these.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Yeah. So, the basic premise of this is we're going to not talk about 3DO, not even anything 3DO tangent, like not even like we're not even stretching a 3DO connection this time around. What three don'ts are going to be essentially as we're going to be covering random games that are unrelated that we recently played or we just kind of are hankering to talk about. And of course, for this first one, we've been kind of alluding to it over the last few episodes. Thrak recently finished Persona 4 Golden.
No, I don't have my Vita copy with me, but I have one too.
I also got this guy here just because.
Oh yeah, you're a freak. You're a freak that has the PS2 original.
You know what the best part is?
What's that?
I bought both of these on the same exact day at the same GameStop, and the employee was like, "You're buying the same game, right?" And I'm just like, "Don't question me. I'm giving you guys money." Like, what are you arguing about?
He doesn't realize how much of a fan you are.
Well, to be fair, I had not really played the game yet. I was just buying it on a whim.
That's fair. And probably at that time, that was like, what year did you buy those? Was it like the year Golden came out?
So I had been eyeing this copy of original Persona 4 for a while because it had been sitting in the GameStop because that's back when GameStop still had like PS2 games that would just sit on the shelf.
I remember those. They're trying to do that now, but it's more with like PS3 stuff.
Yeah.
And it just feels like the leftover shit that they couldn't sell like 10, 15 years ago is now back on the shelf. So
it was probably around late 2011 when I was like planning to buy this copy of Persona 4. The reason why I'm amazed this stayed on the shelf as long as it did, to be perfectly honest.
What'd you pay for it?
Oh, it was like $15.
Okay. Well, looking at eBay, 'cause I was curious. Yeah, PS2 copies of Persona 4, they range between like the most I see it for is like $70, but that's with like the soundtrack CD. Whereas without that, it's like, yeah, $20-$30, you know, like not bad.
A very truncated soundtrack CD, I will say.
Yeah. But yeah, the price for it is not terrible considering it's an Atlas game. It's an RPG on an old console. I mean, prices may have been higher, but I think when Golden came out, that was probably the more sought after version because I remember prices for that went up for a little bit until the most recent re-release where it dropped that price way fucking down.
Oh yeah. You know what was the most fucked up part though? So the reason I never bought this when I initially saw it was the fancy M rating right there.
Mm-hmm.
When I bought my copy of Golden and this, I needed my mom to stand there and just say, yes, he can have an M-rated video game, even though he's like 3 months away from turning 18. Sure.
So this was what? Yeah, you said 2013, 2014?
2012, right around when the game came out.
Okay, because in 2012, I was not aware of Atlas at all. So I wasn't in RPGs at all. Like in 2012, let's see. My 360 had been dead, so I was mostly just playing random like Genesis stuff and like GameCube stuff, and I think I had a Wii, so I was like occasionally playing a Wii game, and that's when the Wii U came out. Yeah, and the lady I was dating at the time, she got a Wii U, and we messed around with like Nintendo Land and Zombie U for a while, and it was fun. My little time with the Wii U was fun, but I'd have to go through that whole debacle. But yeah, like I wasn't aware of like the deep RPG scene at that point. It wasn't in my radar, you know, like people around me didn't play them. I mean, I would see them at the rental stores and I would have a bit of a curiosity to it, but I never went out of my way to dip my toes in it. You know, had I known that like, oh, Paper Mario, the Thousand Year Door, which is an RPG, like there's a bunch of other games like this, I probably would have dived in sooner.
Yeah, like my RPG history by that point was obviously I'd played Final Fantasy VIII. I played 7.
Tales of the Abyss.
Tales of the Abyss was my weird RPG that like Tales of the Abyss was like the game I owned because everyone else I knew had Symphonia, but I couldn't play Symphonia because I had a PS2. So I bought the next best thing, which was.
Oh yeah, that PS2 port was Japan only, right?
Yes, the PS2 port of Symphonia was Japan only. In all honesty, the GameCube version is better. There's not much added to it that makes it that much better.
Yeah.
What's really
frames.
What's really funny though is like for the PS2 Tales games, I like had a choice because there was 2 PS2 Tales games. There was Legendia and then there was Abyss, and they were both on the shelf side by side, and I kind of had like a 50-50 chance to pick one. And something about the cover of Legendia just was like off-putting to me, and I was like, I like this one more. So I went with Abyss.
I mean, that's fair. The cover of Tales of Legendia just kind of looks whatever. Some about it like screams to me like a B tier PS2 game. You know what I mean? Whereas Abyss has a much cooler cover to it. That's like, oh, this feels more like legit.
It's got the same art style that Symphonia had.
Yeah, it's just yeah, it's weird to describe. Like, and I imagine there were probably people at the time who didn't realize that was like a series. You know?
No, not really. A lot of people, they kind of just saw it because that was like one of the first real like super anime RPGs that made it over here.
Yeah, I think it was probably by Vesperia when people were like, "Oh, this is a series." Oh,
my favorite part about Vesperia still, because of the original American covers, all the people that thought Yuri was the lead female in the game. Just like,
well, then there's another famous video game that has a purple long-haired character named Yuri that is a woman. So that got mixed up in my brain for a little bit as well. So now whenever I play Vesperia and I see Yuri, I think of the other Yuri, which I'm sure some of you know the other Yuri.
You think he's going to pull out a pen?
Oh, God.
Ask you to read a book.
It's really into like weird horror books. Yeah.
Yeah. I never made that connection now, but now I think about it. That's
yeah. Well, I think it was because I think I played Doki Doki before Vesperia. So when I started playing Vesperia, and I was like, wait a minute, Yuri Purple Long. I was like, what the fuck? I have no idea if that's intentional or not. It may have been like a slight nod to that game, but who knows? Who knows? If somebody knows the guy who made Doki Doki, what's his name?
Dan Salvato.
Dan Salvato. If anybody knows Dan Salvato, please ask him if Yuri from Doki Doki is a reference to Yuri and Vesperia, because I really want to know. So please.
His response will then be like, huh?
Or he might know. Who knows? Yeah. But anyways, back to Persona 4. So yeah, your history, you bought it back in 2012, right?
Yeah, like the reason I wanted it was mostly because like you couldn't, that was right around the point because 4 was like, it wasn't like to the level that 5 would be where like no one could shut up about Persona. It was more like in the case of like 4 was the point where it started going from being this completely underground niche thing to like suddenly like everyone's aware of it and there's a lot of memes going around the internet around it, but like it was still kind of an obscure game. And when they announced the Vita remake, being a Vita supporter from day one, I was like, oh my god, a game that no one will shut up about, I need to play this. Also I'd seen the old like those old like YouTube skits that people would do. Like I think there's that one animation that's really funny.
Yeah, I wasn't really terminally online in 2012, so probably a lot of that Persona 4 stuff completely passed me by. Like, weirdly enough, when I see the PS2 cover, it looks vaguely familiar because it was probably out, well, because it was 2008, right? And at that time, I was going to the rental store like every week, right? Going to Family Video, if you know what region of the country I'm from, and they would have like in the game room section, there would be like the standby shelves, and they would have like Xbox and GameCube, Wii, PS2, that kind of stuff. But the whole back wall was PS2. It was just that era, right? And I remember seeing the original Yakuza cover. And there were some other games that I had like seen the cover of. So I'm like, oh, that's familiar. And then looking at the Persona 4 cover, I'm like, I probably saw that then and probably looked at it and went, that looks interesting.
It's a very striking cover.
Yeah, but I never picked it up. And I think it was just like that was my era where I didn't really get the whole anime thing. Because like
Yeah.
I had people around me who knew anime and liked it, but I was just thought it was like that dumb Dragon Ball Z shit. Because whenever I would tune into Toonami, they would have an episode of DBZ or whatever, and I would watch it and be very confused because there'd be people fighting and Goku running through the clouds, like that bridge cloud thing.
Yep.
And I'm just like, I don't know what's going on. I don't understand this. And then they would show, say, like Cowboy Bebop, and I'd be like, this is cool, but I don't know what the fuck's going on, but it's very stylish. And say Yu Yu Hakusho is the other one I remember seeing that I actually really like, and I still am a fan of that show. So I had kind of a love-hate relationship with anime at that point anyways, so picking up a game in that style really wasn't going to do it for me. But going back to Tales, like, had I picked up Tales of Symphonia in my GameCube days, like if I had picked that up, I probably would have become more of an RPG guy then, because it was like that shit grabbed me. But yeah, like I didn't really know anything about this game until Persona 5, because when Persona 5 came out, like that was so big that even I knew about it. Again, I know jack shit.
The hype train for 5 was ridiculous. Like
it was real, yeah. Like when I was like following game stuff, people would start bringing up Persona 5, and I'm like, well, what the fuck is that?
When they
was first, like, oh, anime RPG bullshit, yep. Whatever, get out of here, right?
When they first showed that first reveal trailer, and it was just the picture of chairs, and I remember we all lost our fucking minds, and it's like they just showed us some goddamn chairs.
Coming in winter of 2014.
Oh, if only.
How cute. How cute.
If only.
Honestly, it's for the best that game took so long to make, because I think it came out at like the right time, because I think in 2014, like anime RPGs were still not really like okay to like yet, you know, they were still kind of in that hate phase, but they were starting to come out of it, I think, in the mid 2010s. And by say when the Switch came out, it felt like now it's like, okay, we like these games now, we're fine. It's okay to like these now. And I think that's what caused Persona 5 to become so big. And then by extension, the rest of the games became a big deal. So I honestly didn't really know about Persona 4 until it launched into PC in 2020.
The PC release was pretty insane.
Yeah,
I remember like that was like an overnight like this sold pretty well for a Vita game.
Oh yeah, people always joke it kept the Vita alive for a couple years.
Yeah, it was the P4G
it was the only game
machine.
people. Yeah, P4G machine. Yeah.
But when it came to PC, because I was always convinced when they announced they were bringing 4 to PC, I was like, okay, this is Atlas dipping their feet in the water. They're going to be like, let's see how it does on a non-Sony console. And then it sold extremely well.
Yes.
I think
so well that they had to make Sega had to make like a social media post about it, I think. Yeah, in less than a month, it sold 500,000 copies when it dropped in PC. And then Sega stated that the sales were so much stronger than they expected. And they said, okay, we'll keep doing this. They literally made a post where they're like, we didn't expect this. This is incredible. Thank you. Then I guess people want it. We'll keep doing it. Like it was a case of people port begging. They got the port and then they actually showed up for it, which is great, you know? And I remember when it hit the PC, when I started hearing about Persona 4. And I was like, again, I was starting to get more in RPGs at this point, so I was willing to give it a shot. And then I saw it was on Steam. It was like $20. And I'm like, that's not a bad price at all. It still is $20. And it goes on sale sometimes for cheaper than that, but it's really not a bad price for what you get out of it. And so I'd played this game 3 times. I tried it on the PC, put about 25 hours into it, and then kind of just got distracted and played something else, just how my brain works sometimes. And then I eventually grabbed a Vita copy, which is over here, and put about 15 hours into it. But when I got it, it was during the time where my mom was getting her knee replacement surgery. And so I had to spend more time helping her, like, you know, around the house and rehabilitating and doing all that kind of stuff. So I didn't really have a lot of time for it. And by the time I did, I was just kind of moved on to other things. But then when they dropped all of 3 portable, 4 golden, and 5 royal on everything, what was that, like 2022, I think, is when they did that?
I believe it was either late 2022 or like early 2023. I think it was 2022.
Yeah, because I think it was in the Xbox showcase of that year when they dropped in there, and I was like, holy fuck, big deal. And when I saw that, I was like, okay, that'll probably be how I play through Persona 4 Golden, is on there. because that's just what I play games on. It's my Xbox, right? So I finally did put, the game says 62 hours. The Xbox app says 75 hours. You can cut the difference, whatever. You guys said that was really quick. I was talking to somebody else. They said they beat it in 40 hours. And I'm like, how, unless you skipped everything?
Well, yeah, they probably fast forwarded every cutscene, did the bare minimum. It was probably a New Game Plus playthrough.
It potentially. But yeah, I've finally beaten the game. I have a Persona game under my belt. I have well, it's not my first Atlas game. That would be Catherine, which that could be another episode because Catherine, I have a lot to say. But yeah, I've finally beaten this game for the first time. It's your favorite game of all time. So I figure, sure, let's fucking talk about it. But that was my experience. So what was your experience playing this game for the first time?
I had been mostly drawn, aside from like all the internet meme stuff and all that craziness, I had seen the trailers for it, and not even the anime stuff, but just like the in-game art style really kind of like grabbed me. Like I liked how it looked, like a very subdued RPG kind of. I like that it seemed to be in a very small town kind of vibe area. And I kind of like the look of the dungeons, even if they are kind of simple. So when I picked the game up, it was senior year of high school. Honestly did not have much going on. And it was probably the perfect time I could have ever played that game because I had pretty much unlimited time to just discover every little thing. And I think I played it nonstop for most of senior year, finished one playthrough, and I was hooked from the start. And the reason I say this is my favorite game ever is because I finished that first playthrough, immediately started another playthrough because I had to figure out what I missed. Because a first playthrough of Persona 4, you're probably going to miss a bunch of stuff.
So when you talk about your first playthrough, were you doing the PS2 version first or the Vita version first?
Vita, I finished. I did dabble with this when I got to Yukiko's dungeon, and I was kind of like, this one's probably going to be the better experience, so I just kind of put this one down. And then,
so you bought the PS2 version, what, just out of curiosity?
No, because I'm a crazy collector.
Okay.
That was the main reason. Like, I bought it. Well, A, crazy collector. B, soundtrack CD. C, also, I did kind of want to see the differences.
Yeah, and there are some pretty noticeable differences, at least from the little bit that I've researched. I mean, you would know better than me, but we'll probably get into those as we go. And yeah, and in case anyone's curious, we are going to spoil the entire fucking game.
Yeah,
so if you haven't played the game, please go play it before you watch this, because we're going to talk about everything. And try your best to play this game as unspoiled as possible. Because I did, and I did get one thing kind of spoiled for me, but the rest of it, I didn't really know what was happening. So it made the experience a lot better. So just keep that in mind.
He went into it like pretty much blind, to the point where we were all in a Discord call when he went through literally the most like stressful part of the game. And
we'll talk about that.
We got to coach him through it, and it was great.
Yeah, that was fun. We'll get to that.
But yeah, so I finished first playthrough, immediately jumped into second playthrough, and when I realized I was not even like slightly bored playing it back to back, and I was still like wanted more after finishing it the second time, that's kind of where I realized I'm like, I think this might be just that game that everyone has, that they just like, no matter what, it's just that it's like everyone's got a favorite game that, like, even though it might have flaws, they can look past the flaws because they just enjoy it that much.
Yeah, like it's so weird how your favorite game of all time is Persona 4 Golden, and my favorite game of all time is Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Like complete opposite ends of the spectrum, both owned by Sega, but like complete opposite ends of the spectrum. But I think we like both games for probably similar reasons. That it's just like, no matter what, we could just pick it up and start playing it, and it's like, it feels like home, weirdly enough. Like, to me, playing Sonic 3 and Knuckles is just, I'm always having a good time. Doesn't matter. I've played that game 1,000 times. I'll probably play it 1,000,000 times before I fucking die. And I still enjoy that game as much as I did when I first played it, you know?
Oh, yeah. Like that's honestly 100% how I feel with Persona 4 Golden. Like, it just never gets old.
Yeah.
To me personally.
And I remembered another reason why I played 4 and why I think I realized 4 would have been the game for me is back when I had a PS4, I did get a copy of Persona 5 because I was like, I'm curious to what the fucking big deal with this game is. Got like the Steelbook version of Royal and everything. It was a really nice, copy and all that. And then I started playing it, and then like 10 hours went by, and I'm like, am I ever going to actually fucking play this game? Because Persona 5, I will play through Persona 5 one of these days, but my biggest issue with that game is how it has such a slow glacial pace and takes forever for anything to really happen. And I've heard people say you need to wait a good 20, 30 hours before it really opens up. And I'm like, that sounds like bullshit.
To be fair, Persona 4 has a similar problem.
Well, I give Persona 4 credit for this. It takes the training wheels off of you roughly 3 hours in. Like you have that decently long prologue, but once you unlock the first dungeon, then the game's like, go for it.
Yeah.
We've kind of explained to you how the game works. So, have fun, kiddo. And yeah, it does take a little while for the story to pick up, but it's less time for them to take the wheels off. So I think that helped me quite a bit when I was playing it.
Yeah, once you get into Yukiko's dungeon, the game basically is like, all right, you understand the formula? Have fun. You're on your own from here on out.
Enjoy. Yeah. Which I liked.
Because I will say, like, most people's opinion, the one thing that I think 3 universally gets praised for is the fact that 3 has probably the quickest start to a Persona.
Yeah, I've never even touched Persona 3, so I got nothing. I got nothing.
3, you get into a battle pretty quick.
My biggest issue with 3 is the whole, when I was, doing my research for the games to see which one to play, Persona 3 was one of those where the arguments about the best version were all over the place. And when that happens, I'm like, I don't give a fucking shit. Like, just tell me which one to play. And then when I see like a Reddit post where it's like the original Persona 3, blah, 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 Persona 3 FES, blah, 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 Persona 3 Portable, whatever. And then it ends with like, there's no bad version. You can play whichever one you want. I'm like, this doesn't help me at all. But thankfully now with the remake, I mean, some people still don't like the remake for specific reasons. I'm told for me, Reload is just the way to go. So eventually I will play Persona 3 Reload. And I'm just not going to worry about the other versions because I don't fucking care that much. Unless I end up loving Persona 3 and I actually get into the different versions. But, I'll cross that bridge when I get to it.
Yeah. 4 to me, though, like the reason I think 4 is because I like 5. I like 3 to a degree. I don't love 3 as much as some people do. I know that upsets
some people love Persona 3 like a lot.
My problem is I played 4 first, so going back to 3 it felt like a step back in a lot of ways.
Yeah, for sure.
5 is really good too. 5 has some pacing issues that I'm not a huge fan of. 4 overall, like 4, once you get started, like the pace is great. Characters are lovely. The story is very engaging. Like it is the happiest murder mystery you'll ever play in your life.
It's surprisingly a very simple game. Like it's not nearly as complicated as I thought it was going to be. That's something I was worried about, was it was going to be like overly complicated with the social link stuff and the part-time jobs and balancing that with the dungeon fighting and all this other stuff. I thought it would be like a lot to juggle. It's really not. Like you get into a groove. I mean, and also I did watch a couple like YouTube videos of like how to, for beginners or whatever, right? I watched a couple of those and they kind of helped me as well, being like, do the, this is how you kind of balance everything. So that helped. But even without those, the game it's not as big and complicated as you'd think it would be. And it's very beginner friendly.
That's honestly the thing
from what I've played of the Persona games, it is like, the friendliest of the bunch as far as like a new person.
That's the thing I love about it too, is like the main town that the game takes place in is Inaba. And there are a few added areas for Golden, but the main like area you explore is literally like 3 screens. Like it is a very small world, but it is so full of life. And I prefer a small world that's full of life rather than a huge world that's barren and empty.
Exactly. Yeah. It helps that, it has the little small areas with little things to do in them. And even with that, there is stuff you can miss, particularly I'd say in like the floodplain area. because that's when you don't visit nearly as much. So, and there's stuff that happens there that is very easy to miss.
That poor little girl that's playing hide and seek, and you just never find your friend.
Or that cat who always wants tuna.
Yep.
He's always fucking hungry. He's never not hungry. It's crazy. But yeah, do we want to get into the story?
Yeah, I think we
start working our way through this behemoth.
Yeah. So, story of Persona 4 is pretty interesting. You play as Yunar Kami. He is a
Is that the canon name? People like to argue about the canon name.
So the reason it's canon is because there's been 3 spin-off games that use said name made by Atlus, so I'm just going to assume, yes, it's the canon name.
Yeah. Well, I think it's because, the Persona 4 manga uses a different name?
His name in the manga is Suji Seta, or Soji Seta, I think his name is.
But in the anime, as you said, in the spin-off games, it's Yu Narakumi or Gami or whatever. That's honestly, when I played this, I just named him that. I don't really need to put my name on this guy. Like, he doesn't look like a Thrak, okay? He looks like a Yu. So
you don't want
Yukiko
to be like, "Oh, hi, Thrak-kun."
No, I'm not a Thrak-kun. I'm not a Thrak-san. I'm fine.
Yeah, when I played it the first time, I used my real name, and it was very weird when they would refer to you as like, "Oh, it's Bill-chan." Bill-kun, how are you? And I'd be like,
I can't keep all those like in my head, like what they mean. I've looked up what they mean, but I can't remember. I know that senpai means like upperclassman.
Yes.
Right. Because when you meet Risei and Kanji, they always refer to you as senpai. And then it's just
sensei,
like, oh, that means like, and sensei is different.
Teacher.
Yeah. That's like, So it's like, oh, okay. I remember those. But like Chan, Kun, San, like I don't fucking remember. I'm a dumb Ohioan. I can't remember all this shit.
I love just how this game doesn't even try to hide the fact that it's in Japan, like a lot of earlier anime-ish games did.
Yeah, that's one thing I like, is that it feels like it is living in Japan, but it's not like so like Japanese that you can't get into it. You know what I mean? Like it's very similar to just kind of just living anywhere, really. Just kind of living in a small kind of rural town where there's not a lot to do. Like a lot of the like character tropes and sort of characteristics that the town has fits basically anywhere. You know, you got the school, you got the department store, you have like the small little strip, you have the houses, you know, like just it's not too dissimilar from just like a rural American town, or even like a rural European town, probably.
Yeah, they actually described it as like the developers had actually mentioned that like the town of Inaba is like kind of based off of like towns like off the base of like Mount Fuji that are kind of considered like nowhere towns, like they're kind of out completely isolated, and they have their own little kind of their own communities, but they're kind of living in their own little area and completely isolated from everyone else, I guess.
Yeah, because Inaba is not an actual town, whereas I think Persona 5, was it Shujinko or Sujiko or whatever, is like an actual town in real life, but Inaba is not a real place that you can go visit, unfortunately.
I think there is a town called Inaba, but it's not the same town. It's just the same name.
Yeah. This was probably not an era where they're like, you know, let's get the mapping correct. It's like, that really doesn't matter that much. But yeah, you're playing as Yu Narakumi. You show up to Inaba because, was it your parents are working overseas for a year, right?
Yes, the parents are working overseas, so it's a rare anime RPG protagonist whose parents aren't dead.
No, they're just mysteriously not there. I don't think they ever describe what his parents actually do and why they have to go overseas for a year. I think they don't say where they go, why they do it. At least I can't remember.
I think it's implied they're like business. They work in business, so they're just kind of like suits, like in the office.
Yeah, that's what I imagine. My guess they're probably in like fucking the US or whatever.
Whenever they say overseas, that's usually my guess. It's either that or Europe. But
who really knows? But it doesn't matter, because we show up in Inaba off the bullet train, and we run into our first two characters, Ryoto Dojima and Nanako Dojima, who is your uncle and niece, respectively.
And in Golden, you might run into a random goth girl there. She's surely not that important.
She looks like she was trying to get to the MCR concert and took a wrong left.
It's weird how
somehow ended up in fucking Japan.
Yeah, it's weird how her character model looks so much shinier and different than everyone else's. It's almost like it was added in later.
We'll get to her. But yeah, it's so weird that it's like, yeah, we refer to Ryota Dojima as just Dojima, and then Nanako Dojima is just Nanako. When after a while, I forgot, like, oh, Dojima's his last name. We just call him that.
Yeah.
You know. But yeah, it's cool because I think when you meet him, he's like, oh, he does the relative thing, like, last time I saw you, you were like this big, you know, like you were nothing. And then I guess you had never even met your niece at that point, which I find kind of interesting. That, like, my guess is probably your family, which is also your uncle, who's your mother's brother, I believe.
Yes.
I guess it's just implied that they're all so busy that they don't really have time to get together. I mean, that's probably like Japan work culture because they're always working. So maybe they don't spend as much time with the family as they should. I don't know. But yeah, but you meet your little niece Nanako, who is pretty shy when you first meet her, but she's only what, like 11?
Something like that.
She can't be older than 12.
No, she is very much a child. She has issues with reading some words. Like, I think because she's doing all those like grade school assignments later in the game too. So she's definitely on the younger side.
Yeah. And at first she's really shy, but she does warm up to you and becomes the best fucking character in the game. I feel like I don't think anybody hates Nanako, and if they did, I would kind of want to kick their ass because it's like, she's precious, she's pure, she's sweet, and she's great. You know, she eventually calls you big bro, and it kind of warms your heart. You know, because if you do her social link, I didn't max it out, and I tried. You learn a lot about, you know, her kind of backstory and why she gets like really attached to you, you know, like in like a familial sense, but we can get into that more as we talk about social links. But anyways, you meet them and then yeah, you see some goth lady who fucking cares about her, right? And then right from there, that's when we go to the gas station, like right away, right?
Yeah, because we go to the gas station and Nanako has to use the bathroom, so Dojima is like, oh, walk around, it'll be fine. I don't think you actually walk around in the PS2 version. I think they added that specifically for Golden, so you could talk to the goth girl again for 3 seconds.
Yeah, that's probably why they did that. Yeah, because you get to learn why she's important. But it's actually kind of cool because you get to see a little bit of the map before you really get yourself immersed in it.
Yeah, because you literally go around the town. You get full access to at least the main strip of Inaba, but you can't. There's nothing going on at this point, so you kind of just can walk all the way to the end and all the way back.
Yeah,
because there's a save thing as well.
Yeah, and I'd recommend saving. You're going to save a lot in this game. It's an RPG after all. You save like every 2 steps.
Yeah. So, yeah, the game's very generous with saves, I will say that.
And that's very nice, yes. But yeah, you do all that stuff, and then
a gas station attendant offers you a job which you will never get.
Yeah, it was so weird that they did that whole thing with the part-time job at the start with. I think I was trying to show you that, like, oh, you can do part-time jobs. And it's kind of interesting. You never really get to do that.
No, you never get to. You get part-time jobs, but you never get to work at the gas station.
Yeah.
That gas station attendant is interesting. I will say, I'm sure he's not important. I'm sure they're not.
A weird, funky character, but, you know, not funky student funky, but a different kind of funky.
Yeah.
We can get to that later.
Surely not important. You can talk to them. I'm not really sure.
That's the thing. Yeah, periodically throughout the game, like when you walk by the gas station, because you do like almost every fucking day, sometimes they're there and you can just chat with them. But
yeah,
never amounts to anything.
No, nothing ever comes of it.
No.
But then, like in most games, after you're talking to a gas station attendant, you get a headache and you need to go home because you have to go to sleep.
Yeah, which is strange.
Yeah, there's more to it, but later.
Yeah. Hopefully by this point, if you haven't played the game, you've clicked off.
Yeah. So
anyway, next day is your first day at school, right?
Yes, but before that, you has a very bizarre dream sequence.
Oh, that's right. That's where we meet fucking Big Nose.
Yes,
and blonde lady, yeah, Igor
and Margaret.
And Margaret, yes.
And I love Margaret because she's like the most sarcastic bitch ever.
It's weird that they call it the Velvet Room, but as you play the game and find out it's not a fucking room, you're in like a velvet limo.
Yeah.
So I don't get why they call it a room.
So the Velvet Room is a very interesting location. It's the one consistent location in every Persona. It's even,
but it changes shape every game.
So I think the Velvet Room name actually comes from the original Persona, where it was like a jazz lounge.
Okay.
Like,
I'm one of the many people who knows nothing about 1 and 2. So
I think in 2 it was also similar. The Velvet Room does go back, and Igor's been a mainstay since.
Oh, but, yeah. I compare him to G-Man from Half-Life, because he's just this kind of omnipresent being that's just always there. And I'm always like, what is his deal? And like, do they ever explain him, or is it just he's just kind of there?
He works for a character named Philemon, who's not in any of the games, like the modern games. So most modern Persona fans have no idea about him. Philemon's kind of like the big god-like character in these universes, but he hasn't appeared since 2. So
Igor's what, like his right-hand man in a way?
One of his minions, basically.
Okay, interesting. It is weird because I thought Igor would be more of like the weird godlike figure who's trying to allow things to happen, or like kind of slightly nudging things to happen, which is kind of similar to G-Man. But I think G-Man's a whole nother thing entirely that we will probably never get an answer for. But I think with G-Man, and even potentially with Igor, with some of these characters, you don't have to explain everything. And it's probably better that you don't, because it allows for the mystery and the intrigue to still exist. So, because if you over-explain everything, then it's like, who fucking cares, man? Like, unless it's actually something interesting and like contributes to everything, just, leave it alone.
What's interesting is like Igor never really gets explained much, but his attendants always do.
Like, you learn about Margaret, and then fucking goth lady who's kind of shoved in the corner.
Yeah,
she always looks so uncomfortable sitting there.
Yeah, there's cutscenes where she does nothing. It's almost like she wasn't there in the original game.
Yeah,
I will say though, like in 3, the Velvet Room was an elevator, and the attendant there was unique as well. And then in 5, it's a jail cell.
Yes, with the 2 like eye patched attendants or whatever.
Yeah,
I know. Really 5. I put like 12 hours into 5, so that's about as much as I know.
You can't talk too much about 5's Velvet Room without spoiling a lot, so I'm not going to get super into it. But
yeah, please don't.
In 4, though, it's like a stretch limo, and it's a fancy stretch limo. I will say that.
Oh yeah, there's a mini bar they never touch. There's like a nice table in the middle, and it's very strange. It's a very strange kind of setup, but it has that like, I think that motif has been repeated throughout the series. The do 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 do, that you hear in the Velvet Room. So I'm sure I think I've heard that in 5.
It's in 5. It's in 3. I think it's actually it goes all the way back to 1.
Yeah, it's a very like memorable musical bit.
In dancing,
and the way it sounds and is presented is like you're supposed to know this.
In Dancing All Night, you get a disco version of it.
Oh hell yeah! Does Igor dance?
No, Margaret does. Though.
I don't care about. I want to see Igor fucking shake his giant nose.
You can give all the characters Igor noses for costumes, so
that'll work. Yeah, that'll work. But yeah, but what is he? He basically, he comes to you in a dream, and then basically explains to you that like this next year of your life is going to change everything, or basically does the whole like, you're in a video game, shit's about to happen, son, so get ready.
Yeah.
And it's just like, okay, it's weird that he can summon you in your dreams, but then you can also go to him whenever you want in that sort of like weird blue door that exists that nobody else can see but you, obviously. Otherwise, people would go in and out all the time, right? And so yeah, so then that all happens, and then you wake up, and then you go to school for the first time. What's the name of the school again? Was it Yogami High School?
Yoshigami High, I believe.
Yoshigami High, yeah.
The traditional high school setting of all the Personas. They each have their own unique uniforms, which is always fun.
I love that. Yeah, like they're supposed to have uniforms, but like they're very loose with it because everybody wears them kind of differently.
Yeah, you got these very strict uniform policies, and then you got red and green over there doing their own things.
I mean, to be fair, even Yasuke, you know, and
got
Kanji, who wears it like a cape, which
even
is kind
you,
of like a power move.
Even you just wears it open. In the anime, they actually, the first episode, he wears it properly, and then like after his dramatic persona awakening, he opens up the jacket and it's open for the rest of the series.
Maybe he ripped the buttons, and he's like,
I
can't close this now.
I think that's the implication. But as we're walking to school, we see a guy stuck in a trash can, and our reaction is just to
look at this
walking.
idiot.
Yeah, we're like,
just point and laugh, just ha ha, fuck you, you're nothing, you're not important at all.
The first time around, your kind of reaction is just like, I'm not going to get involved, and then you just keep walking.
I mean, there's been maybe once or twice in my life I saw somebody stuck in a trash can, and I knew the response was to just leave it be, because this is not a side quest I'm willing to accept. Okay.
Yeah, it's like I didn't see it. Just keep going.
Exactly.
But you get introduced on your first day of school, and we meet everybody's favorite character, Mr. Maroka,
or King Moron, as they call him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, he's like a shitty dude. He reminds me a lot of the silly over the top villains that are in like Persona 5.
Yeah.
You know, because again, the little bit I played of 5, what I noticed was like the bad people are like really over the top bad. Like kind of almost to like silliness.
Yeah.
You know, like how excessively evil they are. Like cartoon villain almost, which is kind of, on the one hand, kind of charming, but on the other hand, it's like it kind of diminishes what they're doing, especially like the first guy in Persona 5. But you know, but here, Mr. Maroka, yeah, he's got those like real big buck teeth. He's kind of balding, but you know, he's got like the Steven Seagal hair, and he's just like giving you shit, thinking like, oh, you're just here to like fuck all these girls or whatever, right?
Yeah,
like he's constantly talking about like, how dare you try to like, you know, have sex with any of the girls, you know, in just this weird way. But it feels like it says to me, it's like, oh, you're projecting, clearly.
Oh yeah, because he's a very morally black character, as we find out later.
Yeah, he's a bit of a fucking creep. And he's not the only creep in this game either.
No,
by a long shot.
My favorite.
It's not even the worst one. He's not.
No, because he's supposed to be he's supposed to be a comic relief character, which Japan humor is very different than American humor. That's what I'll say.
There's one character that's comic relief where it's like, I totally understand it, but a lot of people hate that character, and I kind of get why. Yeah. But you know, we'll talk about it. But anyways, Mr. Maroka, yeah, he introduces you, and then the girl in green is like, you could sit next to me.
Well, I love the in a first playthrough you won't be able to do it, but in a later playthrough you get the option to he'll let you introduce yourself, and you can like stand up to him and be like, who are you calling a loser? And he'll be like, that's it, you're on my shit list now on.
Oh yeah, you get that option, but it's like, yeah, you don't have enough courage yet or whatever, which then you learn about the stats.
On a repeat playthrough you can say the more interesting thing, and I think you get like stat boost. You get a stat boost in somewhere else for doing that, but it's a way to put you instantly on his shit list. And then,
yeah, to be fair, you're kind of on a shit list anyways.
Yeah.
But anyways, so there's a girl in green who's like, yo, sit next to me, dude. You know, do you want some steak?
Yeah.
And then we learn her name is Chie Satanaka. She loves kung fu movies. She fucking loves meat. And then do we need to explain steak? Like that joke? Because it wasn't in the original Persona 4. It wasn't, no, but they added it in. But they added it in Golden, because from what I read in the Persona 4 manga, which took place between the two, there was a scene where they were asking everybody to name their favorite thing that started with an F or something, right? And I forget what all the others said, but Yukiko went steak, and then for some reason that became a meme. And so in Golden they added it in as steak. I forget when she references it. It's pretty early in the game.
They definitely changed the script around slightly, thanks to all the added media that we'd had since, which I kind of like. We also got Chie's voice is also notably a completely different actress in Golden compared to the original.
Yeah, I didn't know that. But when I was like, researching stuff about the game, I'd listened to the original Chie voice, and it threw me for a loop because I'm like, that doesn't sound like Chie. That just sounds like a person. You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
well, Erin Fitzgerald, the voice in pretty much all Persona media at this point. Basically, she first did the voice in the anime, and then just kind of reprised it for everything else. That voice is like perfect for Chie as a character. The original voice sounds almost too mature, and it just doesn't fit for whatever reason.
Yeah, the original voice actor, her name was is Tracy Rooney. And I don't know what other. I'm sure she has a bunch of other credits. Like most voice actors, they have like a ton of shit. You go to her IMDb page. Yeah, she's got some other stuff, but she doesn't have a lot of big stuff as far as I know. I could be wrong. But
I believe
but
the reason she left and a later character who has had a voice change also left. I believe it had to do with union stuff because this is a non-union production.
Oh yeah, because Japan.
Yeah.
Japan don't like unions, but Japan has a slightly different work culture than us, so it's a whole thing. But yeah, she was replaced by Erin Fitzgerald, who has quite the track record. She's been in a bunch of stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, holy fuck, she was Naz and May Kanker and Ed and Eddie. I did not know that. Yeah, she's done a bunch of other stuff, a bunch of anime. Shockingly, she was on Sailor Moon. Who would have thought, right?
Yep.
Let's see her video game credits. Oh, she was in iNinja. Love that fucking game. EverQuest 2, Destroy All Humans, Trauma Center. So she's done stuff with Atlas already. She's in Tales of the Abyss, your other fucking favorite game. She's quite a few characters.
There's actually, fun fact, a lot of the characters in this game were also in Tales of the Abyss.
It was Kismet, man. Just trying to see if anything else kind of sticks out to me in her video game credits. She is in Catherine. Yeah, she's Erica, the best character in the fucking game. But that's for another episode. But yeah, she's in that. Yeah, so I was like, oh yeah, I do recognize her voice. Yeah, nothing else really sticks out to me outside of just other anime shit like Disgaea, Dead or Alive, some Final Fantasy stuff. She was in Sonic Boom. Good for her.
Whoa.
She was in Near Replicant. That's cool. But yeah. So we meet her. And then Chi is the first character we meet in the gang.
Well, if you don't want to count Trash Can Man before.
The Trash Man? Yeah, we're not counting Trash Man right now.
We kind of met him, but not yet. Yeah, she's the first player character we officially meet. And we also then immediately get introduced to another player character who happens to be right there as well. Yukiko Amagi.
Yes. Chie's best friend. She's in red for some reason, and she's the polar fucking opposite to Chie. Because Chie, when you first meet Chie, you're just like, this bitch needs to chill the fuck out. But she does mellow out as the game goes on, I think. And Yukiko is very like shy and reserved. Her family runs the Amagi Inn, so she's a little bit of a local celebrity, I guess.
She's the most popular girl in the school, despite not wanting to be the most popular girl in the school.
Yeah, that feels like a trope, doesn't it?
Yeah, and there's a legit challenge throughout the school called the Amagi Challenge, which is because she turns down every guy that tries to ask her out. There's a challenge, whoever can beat the Amagi Challenge. Like, it's a very weird subplot that's kind of funny.
That is a very like high school media type of thing. So I think there's been other movies where it does something similar to that, she always turns everybody down, but who's gonna get it,
Well, we also then find
out Yukiko's
later,
voiced by Amanda Wynn Lee.
Amanda Wynn Lee, who is a fucking savage on Twitter, and it's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, as you have said, and she's done a bunch of other stuff as well in anime.
She's
done some of the .hack games.
She has. She actually retired for a long period because she was most famous for being in the original Neon Genesis Evangelion dub.
Oh, nice.
She had to step back. I think it was like the birth of her son. Like she had to step back from voice acting for a while. Now she mostly just does like local stuff. Like she's kind of an on-hand Atlas voice actor. I've noticed she's in pretty much a ton of Atlas stuff.
She was in Saints Row the 3rd and 4 as just random shit. Good for her.
But I think Yukiko is her most famous performance at this point. Like it's straight up her Twitter image nowadays.
Yeah, because I think she recognized, she's like, yeah, I'm Yukiko. That's probably what you know me for.
I think her Twitter image it's a picture of Yukiko, but it's got like a sideways cap that says "Get Smoked" on it. It's like I'm like, okay.
I mean, if she's semi-retired, she doesn't have anything else to do than just fuck around with these shitheads.
Post on Twitter.
No, her picture is fan art of Yukiko holding a mug that says "fuck a monkey."
Oh, it must have changed.
And then great. Her like banner photo is her cat farting out a rainbow.
Yep, that sounds about right.
She calls herself an anime has-been.
Yeah, she is very sarcastic on Twitter from what I've seen.
Yeah, she seems very like not giving a fuck. But I dig it. I dig it.
She's literally the polar opposite of the character she plays.
Yeah.
Which is kind of great.
Oh, side note, they did the Persona cookbook thing. Like they announced that. For like $28 or whatever. And she tweeted it saying, if you pay extra, you can get one without any of Yukiko's recipes in it.
Yep.
We'll get to that.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, you meet Yukiko. She's very shy, and Chie is like, yeah, kung fu bitches. And you're just and you is just kind of just taking it all in. He doesn't say a word the entire game.
No, he is a silent protagonist. He has a few grunts during battle, voiced by Johnny Young Bosch.
Yeah, who voices him in the anime, right?
He voices him in the anime, all the sequels. He's fully voiced in all the other games. It's just the main game.
Like Q and Q2 and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's Yu Narakami's a very interesting character because he doesn't really have a lot of a character in the game because he's a silent protagonist. You kind of decide his character.
Yeah. It reminds me a little bit of Shepard, but like not as interactive as Shepard. Where it's like Shepard kind of becomes his own character in the Mass Effect series, his or her own character through the choices that you make. You kind of make what the character is supposed to be. Whereas in Persona 4, it's like you can kind of make him a character, but it's, it's not nearly as detailed, but it kind of gives you that same, like if you want to be a prick to everybody or be nice to everybody, you have those options.
The thing is, though, because of the anime and sequel stuff, they've established he does have a character, and his character in those is he's like the mimetic badass, like Mr. Perfect kind of character that everyone just loves.
Like a Mary Sue?
Not really to that degree, more just kind of like it's kind of like a Japanese high school trope. He's like the guy that's perfect at everything and everyone like worships him kind of thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I hate that trope.
It works for Yu Narakami in the anime.
Yeah. Well, there's I assume you've seen the anime My Love Story.
I have not, but Alex keeps telling me to watch it. It's the one with the romance where they show the three characters on the cover, and then the one that is the romance partner is the one you don't expect.
Yeah, it's like the giant burly guy is like the main one, and he falls in love with the little girl, or not. Well, she's like tiny, but they're like both in high school. And his best friend is that anime trope where he's like the guy that's like perfect and everybody loves him, but he's just like, I'm just like studying and reading my books. Leave me the fuck alone. I like his character. I forget his name, but yeah. Anyways, so yeah, you meet Chie and Yukiko, and then I think shortly after that, Yosuke, Trash Man, comes in.
Yosuke shows up and he's very like awkward. He's like, Miss Sadanaka-san, I have your DVD. And then he tries to run away and she's like, you cracked the disc, like you asshole.
Yeah, and I'm like, how the hell do you crack a disc, man?
It probably was when he crashed his bike into the trash can.
Oh yeah, that's probably how, yeah. And then they go off and like I guess fight each other or whatever, or Chie like beats the shit out of him. And
yeah, there's not much of a fight.
No, yeah, and you and Yukiko are just kind of standing there awkwardly, like
she's like, "You want
weather? Am I right?" Yeah.
So then
weather plays into it
because right after that they leave, and then they notice as they're walking home, they notice like an entire section of like the town is cordoned off, and the police are there because there was a murder. that happened.
Murder! Somebody's been murdered.
They were found hanging from a water tower.
I thought the first one was the power lines.
Oh, maybe, yeah, probably the power lines.
Yeah, because there's somebody who dies, they're hung over the water tower, and then the other one is the power lines. It's one of the two. And then you run into Dojima, conveniently, because he is a detective. He's like the detective in Inaba, I guess.
He's the only competent detective, apparently.
Yeah, apparently, yeah. And so he's investigating it, and you run into his like protege, sidekick, like
partner, I think.
Partner, I guess, but you can tell he's like a junior detective at best. Adachi.
Toru Adachi, who is
who was he's just like managing the traffic. He's just like, everybody move along, nothing to see.
Well, it's weird. He vomited because he saw the dead body hanging from the thing. Like,
oh yeah, he does. Yeah,
it shocked him for some reason.
Yeah.
Adachi's a very interesting character because he plays that bumbling idiot cop kind of trope, but he's almost too bumbling to a point where it's like
it's definitely a thing that in your first playthrough you think nothing of it. You're just like, yeah, he's just some kind of bumbling idiot. He's meant to be kind of comic relief. But once you've played the game and put it under your belt, when you see him the second time, knowing what you know, that's when you do the whole like, huh, interesting,
Yeah.
Like how convenient. Like a lot of the things that happen around Adachi's character are very convenient.
Yeah. He is also voiced by Johnny Young Bosch, who
does a great job with his voice acting.
Oh, yeah.
Seriously, like brilliant.
Johnny Young Bosch is just a great voice actor in general. Everyone's heard his voice, like he's in pretty much everything. He's most famous as he was the second Black Power Ranger in Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
Oh yeah, that was him. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's in the first appears in the movie.
Yep, he was the I'm a frog guy.
Oh yeah, I'm a frog. I love that. Glad to see he's still getting work.
Yeah, honestly, he gets more work now than he did then. So
yeah. Oh yeah, he's Arakawa in Like a Dragon.
And he's
Masumi Arakawa. Yeah, and he does a great job with him.
He's also most famously Ichiko in Bleach.
Oh yeah, he is. So yeah, but again, he's done a lot of shit. Like he was also in Catherine. He was Archie Wallace, who I believe is one of your friends at the bar.
Yes.
Yeah. But anyways, yeah. So you see the murder, or at least you see the aftermath of it, and you're just like, oh, this is kind of weird. And you run the Dojima, and Dojima's like, what the fuck are you doing here? Like, who are these people? I have so many questions.
And you're like, we're just walking home, and he's like, damn idiots didn't block off the street from the school.
Yeah, he's like, Adachi.
What are you doing?
Yeah. So you go back home, and then and then you're sitting there with Nanako, and then you watch on TV the whole deal of like surrounding the murder, right?
Oh, yeah. You learn the whole backstory about this public servant government guy who had an affair with his wife with this news reporter who is the one that mysteriously died, but he's got an airtight alibi, so they have no idea who the
So it was the mistress who died.
Yes, his wife.
Okay, I could never keep it squared in my head. I was like, was it the wife or the mistress? It was one of the two that died.
Yeah,
and yeah, the guy, it's Namatame, right?
Namatame. Yep.
Yeah, and they say he has like the airtight alibi, so his story is clear, is checked out, for now or whatever. I forget what their reasoning was. Was it he was out of the country at that point?
Yeah, he was dealing with the scandal.
Yeah. So he was kind of hiding away. We'll learn more about him later on.
I will say one of my favorite Nanako lines comes here, where because you're watching, Dojima's still obviously dealing with everything, so it's just you and Nanako. And as this thing's going on, Nanako will just at one point be like, "This is boring," and then just change the channel.
Well, because then you get to the commercial for Junes, which Junes, it's spelled Junes, just June with an S, but it's pronounced Junes. And Junes is basically the
Walmart,
like the mall, like the Walmart or like a mall or something. It's just like the main, or what's the name of the fucking store in Stardew?
I couldn't tell you.
But it's basically that, like the department store that comes into the small town and is just kind of everything, right?
It's like modern day. It's I guess like modern day. I guess it's Target
or like a Bucky's or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, they have a little jingle, they have a little commercial, and Nanako eats that shit up.
Nanako
it.
Loves Junes, like to
She
the point
she
where
wants to be buried in Junes.
she wants to work there. And there's a great piece of fan art I saw of like it's Nanako in the future as a Junes worker getting yelled at by a Karen. And it's just like the most hilarious thing ever because it's like, yep, that's
what she wants. Yeah, though I could see Nanako eventually being like the manager who runs everything.
Yeah,
like that's her goal. She wants to fucking run the Junes, and I hope she is. I hope she's happy. But we get the jingle. Every day's great at your Junes. And it kind of sticks with you because every time you go to Junes, you hear that little motif every single time. Do 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 do.
And it's an absurdly catchy song.
Yeah, in a game full of catchy music.
Oh yeah,
it does kind of stick out.
Like, cause you'll be at Junes a lot, and like in the back, you'll just hear like the do 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 in the background just constantly.
Yeah, that very kind of bouncy synth that it has, and the kind of like can drums, and like just that like it's coming out of like a weak speaker type of sound. Like they got the whole thing down perfectly. Yeah, she fucking loves Junes, man. It's crazy.
But I do. So after that, then like Yu has another strange dream, where this time he's in this weird dimensional space that's just kind of like this. It's like a straight line of just bricks, and you just kind of run aimlessly down the street.
Oh yeah, and there's that like shadowy figure.
Yeah,
that's just like you're trying to get me or whatever.
Yeah, it's kind of first time playthrough. You're kind of like, what the fuck's going on here? Later playthroughs, you understand this is more just you beginning to awaken his persona.
Yeah,
but yeah, you kind of run forward for like a good amount. Fun fact: remember the look of this place because it will come into play later.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Which I will say, when I noticed that, I was like, holy shit! Like
it's all connected.
But yeah, you kind of run straight for a bit, and then it just kind of you wake up, and it's kind of like, well, that was weird.
And then you just go to school like normal, and then is that when you learn about the Midnight Channel at that point?
So they start talking about it because it's kind of implied, because in the background, a lot of like background characters had mentioned that the Midnight Channel is just kind of this weird like superstition that like if you watch the channel at midnight in a rainy day, you'll see the love of your life on TV, because a lot of like these guys had saw the reporter who died, and they thought it was the sign for that. But then Yu decides the next day. Well, they kind of all talk about it, but of course we have more school shenanigans first before that.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of school shenanigans in this game. Like when I finished playing it, my initial thought was like that was probably the best anime I've ever played, because it is very much an anime where there are a lot of moments where not a lot of super deep plot happens, but there's a lot of moments for just like character building and just kind of vibing and hanging out, dude. And I can say clearly, if that's not really your thing, then this game is not really going to be for you, unfortunately. But usually a lot of like the excessive story stuff does kind of turn me off, but I found myself enjoying the shenanigans the further we got in.
The thing about Persona 4's story is it is very well paced, where like the slowest part is literally the beginning. And then once you get past like that and get into the main like meat and potatoes of it, it's like it's like plot point, just kind of goes from there. But it's so well written that like I never found myself like bored, and I think that's kind of like the genius of it.
Yeah, its pacing is pretty solid overall. Because around this time, that's when you start hanging out with Yosuke mainly, and then Chie and Yukiko are just kind of almost auxiliary.
Oh yeah, because when we go into the school this time, Yosuke is once again crashed in a trash can. But rather than ignore him, Yu decides, I guess I'll help him out this time.
He's having a rough go. Let me help him out. And then that's when you like properly meet him, and he becomes like kind of your best friend, I guess. Like he's kind of meant to be sort of like the best friend, the bromance in a sense. But again, you kind of get as close to him as you want with the whole social link thing.
Yeah.
But then you find out that he's also like a city kid
Yep.
who moved to Inaba because his dad is his dad run Junes?
His dad is the corporate manager for this Junes location.
Yeah, yeah, and then Yosuke works there. You know, how convenient, right? There are people who say he's like a nepotism hire and all that other stuff, and it does kind of get to him, but then that's when you actually like go to Junes and hang out with him.
Oh yeah, because they go to Junes because well, initially it's to make it up to Chie for destroying her.
That's right, because he destroys the DVD. So he's like, "Oh, let's get you some steak."
Yeah,
and she loses her fucking mind because that's when you learn, oh, she loves steak. She is a diehard carnivore.
And they try to invite Yukiko, but Yukiko is once again too busy working at the inn. Yukiko, you'll find early in the game, is very
aloof
and very she. The best way to describe her at this point of the game is she's just tired,
like all of us. She's just always tired, you know.
But when you're there, another student from the school arrives who Yosuke seems to know. The character's name is Saki.
Saki Senpai.
Yes.
As Yosuke likes to call her all the time. Saki Senpai.
And it's a character that Yosuke clearly has a thing for, but judging from like the way you talk to her, it seems like she's not really that interested in him.
Does she work at Junes? I think she does.
So she works part-time at Junes, and we'll find out the reasoning shortly after this, but it's kind of like she's working there mostly as a part-time thing, and it's to help raise money for her family, essentially.
Yeah.
And Yosuke, it's implied Yosuke is the one that kind of helped her out and got her the job, and is kind of he tends to make things easier for her than most other people.
Yeah, because there's those like two girls who work at Junes as well, and you occasionally see them, and they're like gossiping about everything, you know. And Yosuke gets kind of pissed at him because I guess he has like a manager type of role. Because later on in the game, there'll be moments where Yosuke will call you and be like, "Hey, dude, can you like help me work at Junes for a bit? I like really need your help." You can decline him, but you know, if you help him, you get some money for it. So
money and some relationship points. So,
yeah,
and there's funny dialogue.
Yes, there is. So and then so you treat Chie to her steak, and then you guys start like going into the electronics section, looking at like all the new TVs and all the other stuff, and then I forget what exactly happens, but I think it's like you like puts his hand on the TV, and then his like hand like falls fucking into the TV. And you're like, and everyone's like, "Whoa, what the fuck is that?" You know, and then you pull it out.
What happens is like his hand falls in. He's like, "It's weird," but then he sticks it back, and he just kind of pauses there, and then Yosuke has to pee, and he does the dramatic anime thing where he starts running around like an idiot.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this is the moment, where he does the whole like really gotta pee, man. And that's the thing, it never comes up later in the game at all. This whole like Yusuke taking a piss thing. I thought it was gonna become like a character trait, but it doesn't become a character trait.
What's funny though is he's running around freaking out about that, and then she is freaking out about his hand in the TV, and they end up crashing into each other and knocking all three of them through the TV portal.
Yes. And then we enter for the first time the TV world. And now I think that when they first land, they land in the like that weird room, right?
They land in the room, which is implied to be. We find out later that when a person gets thrown in there, they kind of create their own little world area that's based off of their inner thoughts. Mm-hmm. And it's implied that the place they land is the spot where the where the TV announcer ended up.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and then like Yosuke's trying to like pee in the corner, and then he can't do it, and then it's the whole thing, and then they start roaming around, and then that's when they come into the sort of the main part, like almost like kind of the hub, which becomes a central theme in the TV world, and then that's when they run into everybody's favorite character in the wholest, widest world.
So
Teddy.
Before that, did you notice the little subtle hidden message in that little room there?
No.
So if you look really closely, there's the noose hanging from the ceiling, which is very dark. But then there's also,
does it have the handkerchief attached to it?
It has the handkerchief, but then it also has, in the background, there's all those posters of the Namatame's wife with like the cross marks through her face, and it's
implied, it's like scratched out and everything. Yeah,
the little subtle thing that kind of alludes to the whole inner thoughts of the person who creates the room.
Mm-hmm.
Which, if it was the TV reporter who was his mistress, kind of makes sense when you think about it.
Yeah, it does. It does.
It's something I noticed on a repeat playthrough. I was like, oh yeah, interesting.
Yeah. And is this the time when they meet Teddy, or is it like they leave and then try to go back in with the rope?
So they go in with the rope the second time. They meet Teddy this time
because
they find him, and he's basically like, "What are you doing here? You guys are gonna get killed. Here, I'll let you out." And he kind of shows them the way back to get out.
Yeah, he just can't bear seeing more people in this fucking place. Yeah. So Teddy is a teddy bear, but he's like this like weird big thing with a zipper on his neck, and he just kind of waddles around. I forget who's his voice actor, but
Sam Riegel.
Sam Riegel, yeah, and and he has a very sort of like anime style voice, like, "Oh, what are you doing?" and then everyone's like really fucking confused. But yeah, as you said, he leads him out because he's like, "It's dangerous here. You can't be here." And so yeah, and then he leads you out, and then you guys are able to get out, and you're like, "The fuck was that, man?"
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things where they're like, "Well, let's just pretend this never happened and move on with our lives."
Yeah, but then because you learn about the Midnight Channel is when you actually start like looking at it, because I think that's when it like starts raining, and whenever it rains, it becomes a thing in the game. Whenever it rains, that's when you get to look at the Midnight Channel, and when you look at it, it shows a very fuzzy picture, like the old school fuzzy style, like no channel, but you see like a little outline of a person, and you're like, who's that? I'm not quite sure who that is, Then Yosuke calls you, because I think at that point you get his number, and he's like, what was that? We're not sure. We need to keep an eye on it. And then you go back the next day with the rope, and that's a whole funny scene, like having Chie like hold the rope as they go in.
Before the rope, that's when the second murder happens.
Is it?
Yeah, because they go into that world after she's gone. Because that's where the big reveal happens.
Okay.
Because I think actually when they see the TV, it's a static image, but in this case, because how far along it's already been, it's actually to the point now where like the person. So the way that we find out later the Midnight Channel works is like there's like 3 phases. The first phase is like the premonition. The second phase is them actually there, and you get their extravagant little their extravagant little performance of the shadow in there. And then the third is them in. It's implied to be them as they're being killed, because they're kind of like flailing around and like in pain. And I think when you watched it, that's what it was.
Saki.
Yes.
Because then Saki dies, and she's hanging from the water tower. And then that freaks out Yosuke.
Because they go to school the next, because it's actually she's the one that found the body the first time.
That is true. That's right. Yeah, and then that's when you guys start thinking, wait, are these maybe connected?
Because they're at school, and then they all get sent home because of the murder. Yeah,
they have the whole assembly thing, and and that's when we learn that's like Saki's death and everything, and then Yosuke is beside himself. He's struggling real hard because he has this real strong connection to this person who really didn't give that much of a shit about him anyways, but it's high school.
Yeah. So during this time, then after they're like, okay, Yosuke's like, we need to do something about this, and they go back to the Junes to re-enter the TV world. This time with so they need weapons, and so the only thing that Yosuke can think of is a golf club.
Yeah, he gets it from the sports section,
and then some power tools. I think that's what he has, like I think a wrench. But
yeah. This is very like anime trope stuff where they're doing all this stuff to like go into the TV, and conveniently nobody ever walks by and is like, "What the hell's going on here?" You know?
Yeah. But what they do is they bring Chie along. Yukiko's still busy working at this time. But they bring Chie along and they're like, okay, we're going to go in and we're going to tie off with this rope. And Chie, you stay out here and hold the rope. Which is just a wonderful image of just Chie standing by a TV in a department store with a rope coming out of it.
Yeah, and she does not know what to do, and she's like freaking out. And that's when you go in, and then that's when you awaken your persona.
Yes. So when they go in, they run into Teddy again, and Teddy's like, "You guys again? Like really?"
He's like, "You guys need to stop showing up here. This is nowhere for you to be."
We get that lovely scene where they rip Teddy's head off.
And, where Yosuke unzips it and then it opens and there's nothing in there. Yeah, and you're like, "What the fuck?" You know.
And I love that scene.
Which, when you learn Teddy's character, it makes a lot of sense.
It's great because then like they put him back together and like he's all like pissed off at Yosuke, but he's like, "I like you. You're fine."
Because you're just kind of there.
But you can push him over, which is always fun.
Oh yeah. Pushing over Teddy is always a fun exercise.
But eventually Teddy will be like, he'll be like, well, okay, what are you doing here? And he'll be like, well, we got to go rescue this person. But did anyone else get thrown in here recently? And Teddy'd be like, there was someone here. I can take you to where it was. Because Teddy's able to sniff out locations in the
with his little bear nose.
Yeah. And so he takes them to this, what is essentially like a demonic version of the shopping district from Junes. And this is where the persona awakenings happen, because when they get there, they run into Yosuke. Essentially is hearing all these the final thoughts of Saki, but they're actually the final thoughts of Saki's shadow. So they're technically exaggerated inner thoughts. But
so does you get his persona? Doesn't he get an awakened before this?
So the way it happens is during that point, like Yosuke starts going into despair because he finds out Saki was not really ever into him, and there's a whole lot of backstory behind the fact that like the whole reason she had to work there is because her family business was struggling because of Junes coming in.
Yeah, that creates a whole conflict within him.
Yeah, and when that happens, Yosuke's shadow appears, and we get the first shadow appearance. And the thing with the shadows is the shadows are the inner thoughts of the characters, but they're heavily exaggerated and like kind of twisted in a way.
It's like the negative parts of like your inner self that are like exaggerated.
Yes.
Where it's like there's definitely truth in all the shadows that you encounter with all these characters. Like there's truth to all of them, but it's truth in like a sort of like exaggerating sort of the negative aspects of it, which is something that I think we all tend to do, exaggerate sort of the negative aspects.
Yes.
And it's just kind of seeing that on display, you know?
And the thing that the shadows do is they like to kind of poke at their original, where they will be like, they know that they're like the it's essentially the whole playing with the trope, like you have to face your inner self kind of thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And basically the shadows like to kind of goad the original into basically saying that's not who they are. So they like to be like,
you're not me.
Yeah. And once the character says they basically denounce the shadow then transforms into its true form, which is this like demonic like creature, which other known as the boss of the dungeon.
Yeah, and I like the designs of them because they all do like reference the character, you know, in a specific way.
They also resemble their personas that they eventually get to, which is kind of nice.
Which is cool. And that's like the first fight you have in the game is fighting Yosuke's dungeon, because that's when Yu's persona awakens.
Yep. So right when the Yosuke's shadow turns into the boss, Yu then will awaken his persona, who is Izanagi. Pretty cool persona.
And how they awaken the personas in this game is a lot more friendly than in Persona 3, because I know that much about Persona 3.
Or even 5. Even 5.
Even 5, yeah. Whereas here it's just like the card appears and they just do this. You know, they just like smash the card, and that kind of awakens the persona. And you get a really cool anime cutscene for Yu's persona being awakened. You know, I am thou and thou art I.
Yeah, and you'll find out later that Yu's persona is kind of special. He's not tied to the same.
The main character is special. Who would have thought?
Yeah, well, he's part of the Fool Arcana, and the Fool Arcana they get to have multiple personas.
Mm-hmm. Which is an excuse to allow you to mess around with persona fusion.
Yeah, because you'll find out real fast. Yu's initial persona Izanagi gets outclassed very fast.
Yeah. But we'll get to that. So yeah, you have that cool cutscene where it awakens, and then you fight Yosuke's boss, which isn't really that bad.
No, you should be able to beat it the first time around.
Yeah.
Great music. I love the fucking boss theme.
The soundtrack in this game is phenomenal, like all the way.
No, it is. Shoji Meguro did a phenomenal job.
Yeah, and yeah, the boss theme is really good.
Absolutely. It has the best name too. The name of the song is literally called "I'll Face Myself Battle."
Yeah, beautiful, perfect. Yeah, so you fight it, and then that's when you kind of begin the whole how this is going to go, where you defeat the shadow, and then real Yasuke like comes to, and then has like a heart to heart with the shadow, which basically allows it to become part of him, and as you said, awaken his persona, which kind of fits with the whole theme of the game. And I believe the whole theme of the game is like truth.
The main theme of the game, from my interpretation, because the thing about this game is there's what makes this game really cool is there's a lot of ways to interpret it. The way I always interpreted it is the main theme of the game is truth and acceptance, like accepting yourself for who you are.
Yeah, accepting yourself for who you are and coming to terms with the truth. Because there's a lot of characters in this game who like their main issue is like being able to confront the truth, even when it's like right in front of them, and having to sort of accept that even when it's not something that they necessarily like or want to see or even display in front of other people, but they have to, kind of learn to, like, that's how they're going to grow as well. Because I think growth is also another big theme in this game. Like, because every character goes through an arc and they all grow and become very different characters by the end of the game, I think.
Because that's honestly one of my favorite parts, because right here, Yosuke unlocks his persona, like he accepts his inner self for who he is, but his development's not even close to being done. Like,
no.
Yeah, he's accepted himself, but he still hasn't really figured out his character yet.
Yeah, and that's one of the strong points about the game is that it doesn't just stop at like, oh, you've done the whole persona thing, you're good, you're just a character now. Like, the characters continue to grow and change, like even well past them like getting their personas and everything, which really is a testament to how good the writing is and how they were able to keep that character development going. Like, even 50 plus hours in, it's like there are still new things happening with these characters.
Because you'll notice with the later characters more, like Yosuke and Chie, it's a little less clear, but you'll notice the second they get their personas, their character does shift quite a bit.
Yeah, because I mean, to be fair, going through that kind of an event, I think would change you as a person.
Yosuke and Chie are a little different just because the way they get their personas is slightly not as dramatic as the other characters.
No, it's not, because I think with them being sort of the early ones, you don't get really that much of their character before you go get the personas. So
they also don't have
Yosuke and Chie's character development is kind of in the back half.
They also don't have like the week-long cooldown after getting their personas.
Yeah, which is nice, but you need them for battle.
Yes.
Anyway, keep going.
Because the next major event that happens is after this is also we forgot to mention, like, Chie gets really impatient after they go on the TV, so she immediately pulls the rope. It just immediately is broken, and she's like, "The hell do I do now?"
And she just like sits there because she doesn't know what to do.
Yeah. And what's the great part is Yu and Yosuke, they don't even realize the rope broke, because eventually they say, like, "Wait a minute, the rope is broken."
Yeah, like after everything's done, they're like, "Oh yeah, we should probably go like back and let Chie know we're fine." And then she, freaks the fuck out in a way like a friend would, be like, "You fucking asshole! I thought you were dead."
I love Chie as a character.
Yeah. She was honestly, like, after I beat the game and thought about it, I'm like, yeah, Chie was probably my favorite of the females in the game. Like, she's my favorite character.
They all have great arcs. Her arc is really cool too.
Yeah, there's something about Chie. I'm just like, I like her. She's really cool.
But so once they get back, immediately they're already like, okay, well, this might happen again. So they're kind of like already kind of trying to predict it.
Yeah, because then they find out like, oh, this is somehow connected to the murders.
Yes.
Because you see like the Midnight Channel stuff. They go in, they found Saki Senpai's shadow, and they're kind of putting two and two together, being like, something is going on here when it comes to like what's happening here and what's happening out in the real world, but they have no flipping idea. So
yeah, and it's interesting because the next thing is they're trying to figure out who the next target's going to be, and what happens is it's kind of an interesting thing. You will watch TV like after the school that day, and he'll notice an interview where they were interviewing people at the Abagi Inn, and they just happened to be interviewing Yukiko.
Yeah, because wasn't the body discovered by somebody at the Amagi Inn, or was it like the water tower is by the Amagi Inn?
What happened was the Amagi Inn was the last place where the reporter was before she disappeared.
That's right. Yeah.
But they're interviewing Yuki. So because the stress of that whole incident kind of was too much for her parents, Yukiko, the reason why she's so busy, she's kind of helping run the place right now.
Yeah, and she's kind of like chosen to be like the de facto interviewee. But if I remember correctly, they like shadow her appearance a little bit for like anonymity, right?
A little bit. It's very obvious who it is though, and the interviewer is kind of a creep, which I noticed right away.
Yeah, because I think he does the whole like, oh, how old are you? You're working the Amagi and blah, 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 And then Yukiko's like, wait, aren't you like supposed to be here asking me about the murders? Why are you asking me this other weird shit?
Yeah, Yukiko is interesting because like she's very aloof when it comes to like advances, and she'll always be like, what? Like, what's going on?
Yeah, like she's just like her turning people down isn't some like weird like superiority complex that she may have. She's just like, oh, I'm too busy. What? Fuck, get out of here. I got shit to do.
It's literally revealed later on that whenever someone asks her out, she doesn't even notice. It's like she just immediately is like,
yeah,
huh? Like what?
I think it's because she like probably has like her head buried in the sand a little bit as a character. She's just kind of oblivious to what's going on.
At that point in the game, yeah. Like especially because she's kind of overworked as it is.
Yeah, she's got to go to school and then afterwards go run a fucking hotel, Can't imagine the stress.
But when they see that, then they check the Midnight Channel and they see an outline of a character that looks suspiciously a lot like Yukiko.
And then they're like, "Oh, that's kind of weird."
So then they go into school the next day and Yukiko isn't there. And Chie is freaking out because Yukiko is literally Chie's best friend.
Oh yeah, they are best pals, and
it's kind of implied her only friend, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, and they do like when you're like social linking with both of them, like separately, they do talk about how much they love each other, and how much they've really benefited from having each other in their lives, which is very heartwarming. Like I think Yukiko talks about Chie more, and how like Yukiko was just kind of a loner, and then just out of the blue, Chie just kind of became her friend. She tells the story, but I forget the exact details. And then they just kind of like stuck with each. It feels like an extrovert adopted an introvert, and that's how they became friends, which happens a lot.
But as they're freaking out, Chie does call Yukiko's inn, and they find out, oh no, she's just at the inn because she was busy this time around.
Yeah, but then I think it's that night. It's like rainy, so you go look at the Midnight Channel, and then you see the more clear image of Yukiko in the dungeon. I think it's when she does her whole shtick, right?
Oh yeah, the shadow Yukiko does her princess shtick, where she's looking for a hot stud.
Oh yeah, oh boy, and I imagine her fans probably love that scene.
It's actually a little, not gonna lie, it's actually a little off-putting because it's so.
I mean, it's meant to be uncomfortable, but I can imagine some freaks enjoying that scene.
Yeah, well,
and then no, go ahead.
I was gonna say those TV moments, they're basically the shadow unrestricted, and they're supposed to be completely out of character and like really bizarre.
But it's not completely out of character though. Like it's just enough in character Like it has enough of a crumb of truth in it to where it's like, yeah, that's them.
Well, the thing I like about them doing Yukiko first is because by that point, Yukiko's character was such an unknown, and it actually makes hers the most kind of unsettling because it's like this is not the same character. Like,
yeah, like who the fuck is this person, right? And then it's the next day, is that like Chie's trying to find her and can't find her anywhere.
Yeah, like no one can find her, and you have to kind of do. I don't actually know. Yukiko's is the first one you don't have to do investigations for.
No, you don't do any investigations because she's a loner. Like nobody really talks to her anyway. So the only one who does is Chie. So Chie knows everything. And that's when you go into the TV again because you're like, this has to be connected.
Actually, I think this is where that little gag where Yosuke pulls out the fucking weapon at the store happens first.
Oh yeah, because that's when I think that's when you go to the store for the first time.
Yes,
the weapons store with I forget his name, but
the cool dude that runs the weapons store and doesn't question anything.
Oh yeah, I love that guy. He's got the red hair and everything, and you sell him stuff, and he makes new weapons for you. He's great. Love that guy.
I love that scene because
he's not as cool as Airsoft guy in 5 though.
No, well,
Airsoft guy in 5 is pretty awesome.
Airsoft guy has a character arc. The guy in 4 is just there for fun.
Yeah, but you can talk to him. I think he has like some side quest stuff for you to do too.
Yeah, and you can give him all the weird shit you find in the dungeons to make new weapons.
Yeah, and it's great.
But because before that, Yosuke's like, "Hey, check this out!" He pulls out a giant fucking saber.
Oh yeah, and she is like, "What the hell are you doing?"
Yeah, and Yu's just like, and it just kind of pans over to a police officer just standing there, and he's like,
looks over at him. Yeah, because you're doing it in like the food court.
Yeah, and Yosuke's like,
where you guys hang out all the time.
And Yosuke's waving it around, and it's like, what are you doing? But that's where the whole thing about they have to go in the TV world in their uniforms because that's the only way they can hide their weapons.
That's right. Yeah, because it has all the pockets to hide everything.
Because that's how Yu hides his giant katana in his school uniform.
Yeah, how convenient, right? You can't put it anywhere else.
There is a great Dojima moment there where he's just like, "What the hell are you doing?" Like, why?
Yeah, his Dojima was like, "I have a fucking weird nephew."
His response is basically like, "I'm letting you off easy. Don't do it again. I don't have time for this."
Yeah, because he's like, I don't really know you that well, so like, let's not make this a thing, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you go into the TV world again with all your stuff, and then that's when you start saying to Teddy like, "Hey, did somebody come in here recently?" And then I think that's when you get the glasses as well. Or he gives you the glasses earlier because the fog is in the TV world, and you can't see shit unless you have specific glasses made by Teddy. And then Teddy gives you both the glasses, and then he gives Chie. Does he give him the gag glasses first?
He gives Chie the gag glasses. I think the second time around.
Yeah, like the Groucho Mark ones.
He's like, "Oh, that's a pair I messed up on. They don't actually work, but they're fun."
yeah, and that becomes a bit of a running gag in the game.
Yeah, especially with one character we'll get to later.
Yeah.
But yeah, they go into Yukiko's castle because every area is essentially based off their inner thoughts, and Yukiko's is literally a castle because she's the queen of her castle kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense because she's running the Amagi Inn, so in a way she kind of is the queen of the castle.
But you kind of go in, and it's just you and Yusuke at first. But eventually,
don't you get Chie?
Well, you do after the first floor. You kind of go through the first floor, learning the battle system a little bit.
Yeah, because was it Chie? She hasn't woken her persona yet.
No, so she's kind of following behind. I think it's like either floor 2 or floor 3. You run into there's kind of like a boss arena, and then that's where all of basically Yukiko's shadow starts taunting Chie and causes Chie to have her own sort of like mental breakdown because I think it refers to them as, "Oh, it's her 3 princes coming to save me," and Chie's like, "Wait a minute, what?"
Not the first time they deal with that topic in this game.
Yeah, and basically she kind of goes into this whole thing about how like she kind of like is like very like wangsty, like Chie is the only one they always coming to save me, blah blah blah. And then she's kind of resentful about it, which causes Chie to awaken her shadow, who is also kind of making fun of her for that reasoning, basically playing up the fact that she has to save Yukiko all the time, and Yukiko can't do anything without her.
Yeah, and I think it's also implied that like with Chie, it's like, oh, but like nobody ever comes and saves me. You know, I help everybody else, but nobody helps me.
Chie is like, the way I've always kind of categorized Chie is she's like the tomboy that wants to be feminine.
Yeah, like she kind of has like that protector role, but not like a feminine protector role, like more of like a masculine one.
Yeah, but she still is like wants to be like treated that way at times. It's kind of like,
oh yeah. It trust me, it's very implied. Yeah, that she wants to be seen more as a lady.
But of course, then she denies her shadow, and her shadow becomes her monster form, and you defeat it with you and Yusuke. It's kind of a way of showing off having a battle with multiple party members.
Yeah, and what's nice is, unlike say in Persona 3, where they couldn't decide if they wanted you to have direct control of your party or not, this game is very much like, it starts out you don't have control of them, but you can go in the tactics and just take direct control of them, which definitely makes the game a lot easier to play.
Oh yeah,
I would say so.
Well, because you don't have to worry. In 3, the biggest problem in 3 and 3 FEFs was you'd like do something, and then like one character would just run rogue and do something really stupid, and you'd be like, God damn it.
Yeah, this game, that doesn't really ever become an issue. I mean, you can have them do kind of whatever on their own, which helps in some like more kind of like grindy situations, so you don't have to do as much. But for the most part, you just want direct control of them.
Yeah. Yeah. Other than that, though, it's kind of crazy because then they go from they defeat that shadow, and then they get Chie's persona. But because awakening a persona wipes out a character's stamina, they have to retreat for the day.
Yes.
And when they retreat for the day, then they go on to they then go back, and then Chie gets rested, and then the game then gives you a choice here, which I find very interesting.
Yeah, is this the point where the game basically says like, you know, hey, you'll have a specific amount of time to clear out the dungeon, so you know, don't feel like you have to do it all in one day or anything like that. Like, I think they give you in time like 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's something like that. Like, they basically be like, the next rainstorm is this day. You have until then to clear the shadow and clear the dungeon. And essentially what that lets you do is you can decide, if you're not leveled high enough, you can say grind for a day, or you can do some social link stuff, even though there's not a ton at this point.
No, not at all. So it's pretty easy. Like, it's like, just go clear the dungeon. So, and then you enter the first of many dungeons in the game, and all of the dungeons, they look different, but they operate on the same sort of idea where it's like randomly generated.
Yeah,
I think I put that in quotes because there are very similar layouts. And you're just going floor by floor, you know, fighting shadows, typical JRPG fashion, but it's very similar to Persona and SMT, where each character has like various strengths and weaknesses depending on, like, say, like they're strong to physical attacks, but they're weak to like a certain element or light or dark or whatever. And then as the game goes on, you get more of those abilities and learn to exploit those weaknesses. And if you hit the weakness, you get another turn. You know, is that what the press turn refers to? Where it's, if you exploit a weakness, you are able to get an extra turn with that character. You can either exploit that same weakness again, or you can maybe try to hit somebody else to get their weakness down. And you can like string them. Like, you can like string a whole like set of attacks with one character. And if all the characters are down at one point, you can unleash an all-out attack, which is everyone just fucking bum rushes them. And it's always a really cool visual to see.
So all the characters just beating the shit out of the downed enemy, and it's
great.
And
there's a really subtle design thing I like with the all-out attack, and that is, if your characters aren't strong enough to do like a huge amount of damage, you'll see them like get bounced back and have to like keep going back in, you know. Whereas if your characters are really strong, it can probably take them out in one move. They just sink right in and just fight them and never get thrown back at all. which is always a good thing to keep track of because not every enemy benefits from an all-out attack, but that happens later on in the game. At this point, it's a very easy system. It's like, oh, this character is weak to fire, and the thing is with repeat enemies, whatever you find out they're weak or strong to, it saves it. So you can always go to analysis and just check to see what they're weak or strong to be sure. They're like, okay, they're weak to fire, so I got to be sure to hit them with a fire attack or lightning or whatever. Like avoid this attack, right? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
And that progresses as you go up level by level. You'll find chests with items. You'll find the small ones which you can open, or the big ones which require the chest keys, which you can get from winning battles. Because when you win battles, occasionally you'll get what's called sweep time.
Yep.
And sweep time is where you'll get like various trading cards will like appear, and they'll say stuff like, oh, you can level up this specific stat on your persona. You can get HP SP recovery. You can get money up, that kind of stuff. And usually you'll only get one turn, but as it goes on, you'll see certain cards will give you, say, like, oh, you can get an extra turn or 2 extra turns. Sometimes you have to sacrifice something to get more turns. But the idea is to try to get as many turns as you can so you can get a sweep bonus. And with the sweep bonus, you'll then start the next round with, I think, 3 turns. Yep. And then you can start chaining the sweep bonuses to get more and more stuff. And keep clearing them out like crazy. And I think the more you sweep bonus, the more sweep time comes in as well. So you got to be sure to try to juggle that as you're going through the dungeon, because those help with the grinding just as much as the normal like turn-based combat. But what did you think of the combat in this game?
I really enjoy it. I will say the sweep bonus much better in 4 Golden than it was in the original game. The original game, it was a lot simpler. Like you basically got like, it was very similar to 3. It's like you kind of got a choice. You could be like, do I want money? Do I want persona? Or do I want item? That was basically what your bonus was. The battle system, though, I really like. It is very quick. Like I love a simple, basic turn-based combat system. Like there's no unnecessary BS. It's very much attack, defend, persona, which is your magic. You can use items, and the way it works is like you can kind of it's really the Persona and Shin Megami Tensei battle system to a degree is not so much about just overpowering enemies. It's more about you kind of have to match patterns. Like
it's much more strategic and kind of thoughtful in its combat. Like you can brute force it if you want to, like almost like in a Dragon Quest way, where you can just kind of mash attack till something dies. But the further you get into the game, the more the game wants you, to like match patterns, exploit weaknesses, learn about buffs and debuffs, that kind of thing, which does go into Shin Megami Tensei, which that game is a lot more brutal with that kind of stuff. Like it's much more difficult than this game. But of course, Persona is meant to have, I think, more of a mainstream appeal than SMT.
Yes. That being said, if you want the game to be brutal as SMT, you can play very hard mode, which
if you want to be that weirdo, which even the game says, like, you sure you want to do this?
The game's description for very hard mode is literally, do you hate yourself?
Yeah. And so you can do that, or you can have it like super duper easy mode if you want. But if you play the game on normal, it's not really that bad as far as challenge goes.
I've done hard mode once, and it's hard.
I imagine.
I'll usually play on I'll usually play normal or easy mode. I'll do very easy if I'm just like achievement grinding or something. But the game's difficulty is very fair. The battles are very quick. Like I love how fast.
Very snappy. Very snappy. A lot of like visual stuff going on. Like not nearly as much as say Persona 5, but it's definitely laying the groundwork for Persona 5 and the kind of way it sort of handles the turn-based combat. But here I like how simple it is. It's not super in-depth, but it has just enough depth to kind of keep you going throughout the whole game. But like Persona is not really a series that's meant for like if you're like kind of a gameplay first type of person. Like it's very much a story first. But the gameplay does a really good job of keeping it interesting. Though I will say by the end of the game, it could have used a little bit more sort of innovation and could have done some more interesting things by the time you reach the end.
By the time you get to the end, you're usually so overpowered that you're just basically auto battling through everything as you.
You're just kind of breezing through everything. Yeah, especially if you have been leveling up everybody pretty consistently and stuck with like find your group members and just stick with them.
Because there is a good auto battle feature, which is it's similar to like how the Final Fantasy games do it now, where it's you press, I think it's like the start button, and the game just goes into auto battle, where it's essentially they all just attack continuously.
Yeah, Rush. I think it's called Rush. Yeah, and
Rush mode.
And yeah, on the Xbox is you just push Y.
Yeah, and basically all it does is you basically all become berserkers and it speeds up, so you just kind of fly through everything.
Which definitely helps when you're trying to like level grind at certain points.
It is great for when you're encountering the golden hands. That's all.
Yes. So the golden hands are essentially this game's metal slimes, where they'll just kind of randomly show up and you have to chase them down. And if you defeat them, you get a lot of XP. So they're worth hunting down and trying to get. But the problem is they don't have any magical weakness or any physical weakness. I think they pretty much deflect any sort of like magic attacks that hit them. Like
it's either deflect or no effect.
Null. So really the only thing you can do is just attack them and pray to God you get a
defense.
Yeah, they resist a lot. So you just kind of have to pray to God that you get a critical so you can do an all-out attack, which will do a lot more damage.
And they have a tendency to run away a lot.
Oh yeah, like they'll show up in groups, and they can like do crit attacks on you and all this other stuff. But they'll only really escape if they realize that they're in danger. So you kind of have to get lucky with them. But the further you get into the game, like say if you have like a high like crit rate effect, you can definitely do more damage to them a lot quicker as well. So yeah. But don't feel too upset if you miss a golden hand because they show up more frequently than you'd think. But they definitely help, especially at this point in the game. And yeah, so you're just ascending each level. And there's great music in basically every dungeon. Like the battle music is great.
Time to make history.
Yeah, which is made specifically for Golden, which is an incredible song.
The way that they handled it was they made a specific theme for battle, Time to Make History. They did keep the original battle theme though. It's instead been used. It's now used for
player advantage
or player disadvantage, where there's like two separate versions of it.
Yeah, and I don't like the old theme as much.
I like it the way it's utilized in Golden.
Yeah, it's utilized in a correct way, but yeah, the standard battle theme that's the new one now is just it's so much better, like leaps and bounds better.
There's a version
I think that bass riff helps.
There's a version of it in Dancing All Night which has like extra verses, and it's like, damn, this song's so good.
Yeah, I've heard that version. It's a really fucking solid version. And for some reason, my favorite piece of music in the entire game is the song that plays when you're getting like your battle results.
Oh, that is a great song.
It's called Period.
Mm-hmm. The version of that in 5 is the reason why I bought the 5 soundtrack physically.
Oh, I do like that tune as well. Weirdly enough, my favorite tune in Persona 5 is the main menu music.
That's good too.
Yeah.
5, I'm so like split between whether I like 5 or 4 soundtrack better. They're both so good.
They're both really good. 5's is probably more iconic for a lot of reasons, but 4's is nothing to sleep on. I hear 3 has a good soundtrack as well, but I don't really know any of the tunes from it.
It's a lot darker.
Yeah, but I expect that from 3. So anyways, you're going through doing like your combat, kind of learning how the game works and kind of getting into that groove. And it's pretty easy to get into that groove. And then you reach the top of Yukiko's dungeon. And at that point, you should do what I always do, and that's leave when you hit the top floor, because you're starting to get these items called go homes, which basically just let you leave the dungeon whenever. And what's cool is when you leave the dungeon, whatever floor you're on, you can resume right at that floor.
Yes.
Because you have your HP and then your SP, which is basically like your persona stuff. So being able to use like your fire or your wind attacks or whatever. And it's recommended whenever you approach a boss to have all the HP and S, just have them all maxed out. And you can get HP and SP healing items throughout the game. But since the game gives you so much free time, it's easy to just say, you get to the top, you see the door, and you're like, oh, it's the boss time. Do we need to go in? Just say no, back out, go to bed, refill it all for free, and then just come back the next day and fight the shadow.
Yeah. It's depending on how you play the game, like I know because I've like played this so many times, like I know with Yukiko's dungeon in particular, I'll usually one shot it just because why not?
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, especially if you're doing a new game club plus, you could probably knock it out in a day.
Where you keep all your money and items. So, well, I don't think you keep your items. You keep all your money and personas. But yeah. So once you come back, you get the big dramatic reveal cutscene with the big confrontation with the shadow. You'll find, in this case, you find Yukiko, and then you find her shadow, and they're in the middle of an argument. And the whole gimmick is, once again, it's the whole shadow goads Yukiko into saying it's not who she is. Yukiko will say, "You're not me," and then the shadow becomes a giant bird.
Yeah, a bird with like the cages and like the weird dudes with them as well.
Yeah, and this boss was significantly harder in the original because it didn't have its ice weakness.
Yeah.
Yeah, playing it in the original version when I got, because I did do a playthrough of OG Persona or like years later just to see. Getting to that boss, it was like, oh my god, like this is so much harder for no reason.
That is interesting. The original Persona 4 is so much harder. Maybe it's because the game doesn't give you as many options, or maybe it was they were still kind of stuck in that PS2 mentality potentially.
Yeah, a lot of like the balancing is really weird. Like Yukiko's boss in particular, like his weakness is gone, so it's like, all right, you're on your own.
Yeah.
That fight though is pretty. It's not the hardest. It depends on how you strategize for it. You basically golden, you just use Chie ice attacks and just kind of like spam that, and then just beat the crap out of it with you and Yosuke.
It's basically like any other RPG, and that's if you've taken the time to like, you know, get your level up and get stronger equipment and do all that stuff, you should be just fine. You know, like especially this early in the game, none of the bosses are throwing weird stuff at you. So as long as you're doing the normal RPG grind, you'll really have no issue with Yukiko's boss. But it can take a long time, and that's what you learn, especially with Persona games. The bosses can be like endurance rounds, especially at the early levels that you are.
Yes. So with after you finish Yukiko's dungeon, then she officially joins the party, and then this is kind of the point of the game where like the game's kind of like natural like gameplay loop kind of gets established.
Yeah, because this is where she gets like, oh, she's exhausted, she needs to rest. So basically, if you knocked out her dungeon before time was up, you basically spend the rest of that time waiting for her to recuperate. Mm-hmm. And that's when you do the other half of Persona games, which is like the side questing and the social links.
Social networking. Social networking.
Basically social networking, yeah. Where you basically hang out with everybody, certain people around the school, and the more time you spend with them, the more you level up your social links, and that usually benefits, say, the kind of personas that you can equip and fuse, and certain party members, they will become stronger as well. Mm-hmm. So manipulate your friends to make yourself stronger. That's the theme of Persona.
Yeah, there are minor like stat buffs you can get as well for completing social links. They're not nearly as like expansive as they are in 5, but there are like little minor things, like they make like certain social links go faster in other cases.
Yeah.
But at this point, you kind of get introduced to like a few early game social links that you can pick right off the bat. There's and the fun thing about the social links is a lot of them get unlocked by starting other social links. So like,
yeah, that's true.
So in the case, like the earliest ones you can unlock there's the sports club, and then there's the extracurricular clubs, which are sports. You can pick either soccer or basketball. And then for extracurriculars, you can pick either the music club or the drama club.
Yes. And I recommend doing one of each.
Yes.
So you can get your social links up. What's great is they're very loose about when you can show up. Like they have their specific days of the week, but you don't have to show up every time, which is really nice, actually. So yeah, so the benefit is there, and doing them, as you get further social links. So what's funny is the two sports ones are connected.
Yes.
Because you have Ku, who does basketball, and then Daisuke, who does soccer. And they're both friends and they hang out. So whichever one you choose, you're going to wind up hanging out with both of them anyways, but it'll be specific to which character that you choose. But the music and the drama are not connected at all. They're completely separate stories.
They share the arcana, but the actual storylines are completely different.
Yes. So for this playthrough, I chose what I always choose, which is basketball for Ku, and cause slam dunk, and Ayane, who's the music, because I'm a music guy. So
yeah,
I wanted to do the music class.
I've done both on multiple playthroughs. The way I've always seen it is when it comes to the sports, Ku is always the more interesting because his backstory is really compelling.
Yeah, he has a really good like social link arc, because basically all the social links represent character arcs for all of these characters. So whichever one you hang out with, you learn more about them, and they kind of have a specific arc to them, where you see them go from one place to the other, and it's really, really well done.
Yeah.
Ku's, I think, is one of the better social links because you don't really see him at any other point in the game. So getting to actually hang out with him, they put a lot of effort, I think, into his arc.
Because unfortunately, though, like as a trade-off, though, Daisuke, the soccer guy, his social link is literally summed up as "I'm terrible with women,"
which is like, it's high school, dude. We were all terrible. Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
that's a high school thing.
It's like my love life sucks. I'm terrible with women. And I'm like,
good. It's high school. Of course it is. If it wasn't, I would be shocked.
Meanwhile, Murakami's over there swimming in them because they can everybody.
Because he's just so good at everything he does. Yeah. But Ku's is much more interesting of a backstory because he's doing basketball because his like family didn't want him to do it or whatever. They wanted him to sort of be like a proper successor or whatever, but he really wanted them to do basketball, and he kind of like pushed them into letting him do it. And so he's doing it in kind of like a rebellious way. But as time goes on, they become more accepting of it. And then that causes him to lose his drive to play basketball.
Yeah. It's a weird like dichotomy there. Cause like he's in a very similar situation to like Yukiko, where like he is from the higher class family that wants them to follow in their footsteps. Although the twist is, though, it's more how the parents view it as opposed to how the kids view it in the two different cases.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, because with Yukiko, it's more based on what she wants, and with Ku, it's more based on what his folks want.
Yeah, because we'll get into Yukiko's in a little bit, but and then we said Daisuke's is kind of lame. Like the character's cool. The character's cool, and all his social link is not worth it. I always do the basketball.
He serves as a really good like auxiliary side character in Ku's social link. Like the place he serves in that, I think is perfect for him. Like he's not meant to be the main character, Yeah.
Now for the other side, you get the music club and the drama club. The drama club is very dramatic, ironically.
Yeah, not ironic at all. It's perfect. You ever been around fucking drama club? Oh my god. These people are insane.
In high school, I had to make a part to fix something in the drama club for the drama club. Oh, you had to go in there. I was just like, I'm gonna go play with machines.
I always kind of enjoyed being a fly on the wall for those weird fuckers because it can be entertaining for sure.
Yeah. That being said, though, her social link, it's fine. I do it every now and then. Sometimes when I don't want like sunshine and rainbows, because that's what the music club one is.
Because the music club is a sweet little Yane senpai. She's great. I like her character, and she has a really nice arc as well.
Yeah, she's also the one thing about this game is there is one of the side things is you can romance pretty much all the female characters in this game.
Yes, that is something that really plays into the social links. The further you get with all of the female social links, you basically get an option to where you can decide to romance them or not. And so technically every female that you social link with, every woman that you social link with, you can choose to romance them if you want. And that's the thing. It would be really interesting if there was one of them that you wanted to romance and they just went, nah, I'm good.
I know, right? They just say no.
Yeah, and then you're just like, oh, okay, like you have to face the rejection as opposed to them. They might do that in 6. Who knows? Because I think that's an interesting idea. Even though there's one that the romance isn't really a romance, not necessarily, but
yeah,
but we can get into that later. But yeah, you can romance them all, and I find anybody trying to romance Ayane is fucking creepy. Okay.
Yeah. The reason I bring Ayane up is because when you get to the actual confession scene, you get the choice of you can either further it or you can go to the friendship route and cut off the advances right there.
Yeah, it's basically like do you like hug them and say, "Oh, I love you. You're like the most perfect thing in the world," or you give them a high five and be like, "Good job, friendo." That's basically every single one of them is that.
Pretty much. And the reason I bring up Ayane is she is one of the ones that takes the rejection the best.
It's very. Some of them take it better than others, but I think Ayane is fine with it because her whole arc is that she plays the trombone. She's not very good at it, but she's in the music club because I think they like having her around, and she does a lot of the extra stuff. But she's trying to get better, and at one point, the main trombone player gets hurt, and so they have a concert coming up, and they're like, "Oh, Yana, you gotta be the one," and she's like, "Oh shit," it's like it's her chance to shine, right? And so she starts like practicing all the fucking time, and it's like actually starting to get better. But then the guy comes back and he's like, "Oh, I'm good to go," and then they say to Yana like, "Oh, do you want to still do it, or you want to give it back to him?" And her being the generous sweetheart that she is, she gives it back to him, even though she was very upset about it,
Yeah.
But
it also sucks too because you can tell the rest of the band kind of wants the other guy more than her, but they're have it out of obligation.
That's fair, but I do like shortly after that she says a line that I really like. She's like, "I'm going to be more selfish."
Yeah,
and basically, and then it ends with her like deciding she's going to go like study abroad and like actually wants to commit to her instrument more because she's noticed she's been getting better at it. And I think she's like, I still need to pursue this and actually go somewhere where they actually like kind of want me to be there, kind of a thing where she's like not giving up on her dreams because the people around her are kind of shitty. And you kind of help push her into that, which felt good. I'm like, hell yeah, Ayane, you be the best you can be.
That's the thing about the social links that I love is the game is very good at making them really addicting. Because once you finish one, like you just get that dopamine hit and you're like, I did this. I made everything better. Like in this game for these characters.
I'm the most important person in this person's life.
Kind of. Feels like that's something. But I just like the way
certain characters more than others.
Yeah. I just like the way that once you complete a social link, it the character really is better off than when they started.
Yeah, it definitely gives you that feeling of like, oh, I am like helping these people to be better people, kind of a thing,
Yeah, because like in the drama club one, like you go through that and like the way hers ends is so infuriating where it's like you can't even say no to the love confession. It's literally you're alone in a room and literally the thing is basically it ends with she's like, you can either accept my feelings or just leave. And then if you leave, she literally just turns around and goes, "Oh, okay then. Bye."
Yeah, I did a little bit of the drama club in one of my playthroughs, but I didn't, play it long enough to see it go to the end. But that one was one where I'm like, I feel like it's not as interesting as it starts. Like it starts kind of interesting, but I have a feeling it doesn't end very interesting.
That ending was such a punch to the face. I was like, oh, okay.
Like this sucks. Yeah.
And then you never see her again other than like those like occasional cutscenes where they're like, your friends are thinking about you moments.
Oh yeah, the part where it's like, yeah, like your maxed out bonds show up to help you at like the very end or whatever.
Yeah. So I always pick the music club just because it's a much more heartwarming story.
Oh, very heartwarming. Very heartwarming.
Those are the only two though where you make a choice like that. Every other social link is basically like they are set to a specific person.
Yeah, yeah. And the social links are they're kind of weird because like the characters will usually be in a very specific spot, like almost every day. And sometimes you can hang out with them and it'll increase your social link. Other times it won't. It feels like it's random. It's probably not, but it comes off as like kind of random.
They are there. I will say they are kind of random because there is one character mid game, Naoshi, the son of the girl that got killed earlier
Oh,
in the game.
you mean the brother?
The brother, yeah, the son of the family, the brother of the girl that got killed.
Yeah, if he was her son, I would be very concerned.
Yeah. A Freudian slip there. Basically, yeah, his social link is one of the most annoying in the game. Not the social link itself. The social link is great, but he doesn't get unlocked until mid game, where like, you fill in for the medical staff for like a day, and then he shows up. And he's like, I hate you. And it's like, nice to meet you, bud.
Yeah, you're like, no, you're gonna stay here and fucking help me clean. He's like, oh, I don't wanna. Like, fuck you. You gotta come here and help me clean.
Yeah. The thing about his social link is you find him. He's in the main hallway, usually next to Yukiko and Rise, like in that area.
Yeah.
The thing is, half the game he's never there. Like, I swear to God, like.
And once you activate a social link, you can't increase it until you go to like the shopping district.
Yes.
Because then that's when he starts to like appear in there, and it's like, why did you fucking move from there to there? It's really annoying.
Yeah. His social link is kind of cool though, because like the big thing with his is his is very much he's the Hanged Man Arcana, which is like very dark. His whole social link is centered around like he is basically like still living the trauma from his sister being killed.
I mean, that makes sense, doesn't it?
But the main like thing is like he's sick and tired of everybody pitying him all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why he's kind of acting out like that. And like the whole thing is like you basically have to like let him know that like basically the whole thing is you have to like just help him like accept the fact that she's died, but do it in a way that isn't like overly pitying him.
Yeah. It feels like everyone's like feeling sorry for him, but like not actually making sure that he's okay. And like,
yeah,
it's one of those things. Yeah. Like when somebody deals with a traumatic death like that, a lot of times people will comfort them, but in a way that comforts themselves.
Yes.
You know, like just kind of making themselves feel better. Cause they're like, oh, I went out of my way to be sure they were okay. It's like, but you didn't really. You're just kind of doing what made you feel better. You know, I don't want to say performative because I don't necessarily think these people are trying to be performative, but they just don't really know how to help people grieve. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The big conclusion to his is essentially letting him cry it out and like finally come to terms with it without without having him like feel smothered at the same time.
Yeah, which is really the way to do it, I think. I did do a little bit of his, but by the time I got to it in the game, I was so near the end that I couldn't max it out even if I wanted to.
You have to start his the second it becomes available because there's
and I did not because there's a lot of gaps where it doesn't even happen at all, but you can tell you're progressing that story, but not in a way that upgrades the social link.
Yeah, New Game Plus is usually where I will get his done.
Mm-hmm.
I think other than that, the only other obscure social links are there's the job related ones where you can get a part-time job either after school or at night. And the reason you want to get a nighttime one is so that you can go out every night without Dojima stopping you.
Yes, because when you start the game, Dojima most of the time is not there. So you can just kind of leave it if you want, like kind of come and go as you please. Nanako doesn't care. And you can hang out with people outside, like say at nighttime. It doesn't upgrade social link stuff at all, but it does give you points to like get them closer, but it doesn't actually get you there. And then there's other things you can do, like the one main store that you can buy items from, like at night turns into like a weird fucking casino that you can buy like equipment from her, but it requires like specific like currency that you only get in the dungeons. It's a very weird thing.
Did you go in there the first time and be like, oh, well, excuse me?
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck? Well, because you go buy it and it's like hustling and bustling, and you're like, what the hell's going on in there? And then it's like a makeshift casino. And then she talks about how she needs somebody to help her out with it. And so it made me think like, oh, can you get a part-time job there?
No.
Because if so, okay. Because there's a point where she is like, where she's talking about it implies that she needs somebody to help her. And I'm like, oh, that'd be a fun part-time job, but you don't get it. So
no. The only other thing of importance you can do at night, like aside from talking to your friends if you see them, is there's the shrine in the fortune box.
Yes.
Which the fortune box is damn near essential if you want to get every single social link filled.
Oh yeah, because it's very easy to miss social links in your first playthrough, even if you're trying to go out of your way to get them.
It's also very easy to miss that damn fortune box if you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Because you have to talk to this one elderly gentleman outside of the shrine, and he'll go and unlock it. But if you never talk to him, he'll never unlock it, and you can never use it.
Really?
Yeah, remember I had to point it out to you on that stream the one night. I'm like, "Oh, you got to talk to that guy," and then he'll go open it for you.
Oh yeah. Because again, there's a lot of things here that I just wouldn't notice.
Yeah, the fortune box is kind of essential because basically what it lets you do is if you pay a little money, you can draw a fortune for any social link in the game, and it will give you, depending on the random number generator, it'll give you either a medium, or a light, medium, or heavy fortune, and basically it's just how much points it will give you. And if you're good enough with that, you can it makes the social links go by significantly faster. Like basically, you want to just pump all of those into like Nanako and Dojima's social links because theirs are slow.
Yeah, they're very slow. Because when you're talking to people, and you're doing the social links, you get dialogue options, and a lot of the times, what you choose genuinely matters because you'll get like, say, you'll get those like little note signs, like those like coordinates above their head, and those represent like the points you get for like saying the right thing. There are some that it doesn't matter anyway, either which way. But if you are trying to max them out as well, picking the right dialogue options helps.
Yeah, it's like when you get the 3 notes, like that's when you know, like you made the right choice.
Yeah, though 2 is fine as well.
2 is fine as well. Ironically, 5 handled that a lot better because 5 made them like super animated and noticeable.
Yeah, because here it's kind of subtle, but I mean it's there, and it's like, oh, what I said was like a good thing, but you don't think about like the point value that it has because the game hides a lot of that kind of math under the aesthetics of the game.
Yes. But the other thing you can also do at night is you go for night jobs, and there's 2 night jobs, and I believe there's 1 day job that you can choose.
Yeah. There's quite a few jobs you can just do on your desk in your room, like making origami or making envelopes or like doing translation stuff as well. And getting the jobs is important because those help boost your personality stats.
Yes. On a New Game Plus playthrough, they don't really matter, but on a first playthrough, they are very important.
Yes, because on my playthrough, I was able to max them all out. And I think maxing them out was probably because, I made sure I did as much of the jobs as possible and boosted those stats as much as I could. Like the knowledge stat is probably the easiest one to max out because you get so many opportunities to boost it. And then I think, there's also diligence, understanding, and expression.
Yes.
Am I missing one? I'm missing courage.
Courage, knowledge, diligence, expression, and
understanding.
Understanding. Yep.
Yes. And they all have like very specific ways of increasing them. And most of the time it's through doing the jobs. And you can do the nighttime jobs. I did the nighttime job as the janitor at the hospital because I needed courage. And it was an easy way to gain some extra courage. And those have social links. And the social link at the hospital was very interesting.
The nurse. I love the nurse.
Who she starts like hitting on you, knowing you're a minor. But after a while, she completely gives up on that and just starts trauma dumping on you.
Yeah, I think it's implied.
Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this?
I think it's implied that she was just fucking with you at first because she's kind of playful like that.
Probably. And I think that she's like, oh, you're sticking around. And like you kind of witness some stuff as well. So I think that kind of warms her up to you a little bit more.
I will say that was one of my favorite moments when you were streaming. It was when later in the game you go to that hospital room and you were like, I cleaned this room.
That is true because I did.
Yeah, I didn't even
this
think
is
of
familiar. Yeah.
That was just funny. But yeah, her social link is one of the more interesting ones because it's like you realize just like how traumatic her life kind of is.
Yeah, I didn't get to max it out, unfortunately, so I didn't get the second half of it, but
it ends very sad. Like she ends up
you
eventually
can tell me it's fine.
Well, because that's the whole thing about how she had that one incident where like the patient didn't survive and it kind of like messed with her.
Yeah, it's been fucking with her.
But it's implied by the end that she kind of gets over that and she decides to go out and like pursue what she wanted to do again. Because the final day you work there, she's no longer there, and it's implied she left.
Yeah, what was it she wanted to do?
I think she wanted to go work in the field, like and be an actual nurse. Like,
oh yeah, she talked about like being cooped up in the hospital, and that wasn't really for her.
Yeah, very different, very different social link compared to the nurse in 5.
That goth chick. She's just giving you fucking illegal drugs.
Yeah, let's see if this works.
Yeah. So speaking of goth chick, should we talk about Marie?
Yeah, we should probably talk about Marie.
Okay, let's rip this fucking Band-Aid off. Okay, yeah. So Marie is the main addition to Golden because she's not in the original Persona 4 at all.
There are 2 social links added in Golden. One involves Adachi, who's a character we already had. The other was for this new character, Marie.
Yeah. And so, yeah, Marie is exclusive to this game. And I think the general consensus is she sucks. And I happen to agree. Though I think because I did max out her stat, so I saw her entire character arc. I like where it goes, but the work you have to put to get there kind of fucking sucks.
The way I view Marie is I like her character, I like the arc. I hate the way she was handled.
Yeah, I could see that because when you first meet her, she's like not an insomnia, an amnesiac, where she just doesn't like remember anything, and she's just being like an annoying prick the whole time, writing like really bad emo poetry, and she's like, take me places, show me around, like being very forceful.
She's very tsundere-ish, which
yeah, tsundere is a good description of her.
I think she's like actually I think it's interesting because I don't think there really was a real tsundere character in this game before that.
No, not at all.
I mean, maybe the man but even then, even not really.
That's a different situation, I think.
Yeah.
She's a complicated character.
Oh, sure is. That's why I skip her social link mostly. Because I'm like, I don't have time for this.
I hate that, like, IRL, that's the type of girl I would go for, especially in high school, because I'm a fucking idiot.
Yeah. Going back to Marie, though, like, her social link the thing about her social link that bothers me, too, is, like, it's really good. Like, I like the fact that it incorporates every character, like, all the party members.
Yeah.
Which is one of the reasons why it gets roadblocked a lot, because a lot of the events need specific characters that you might not have unlocked yet.
Yeah, trying to go for hers can be a bit of a pain, because if you want like the true perfect put a cherry on top of it ending, you have to max her out, and you have a specific time until you can, and if you don't max it out by this like specific point, you're fucked basically. So she's definitely a character that you have to kind of go out of your way to do. But when you go out of your way, it's not that bad. But you have to get to a point, say, I think in like August or September, where it's like, okay, now it's like, I have all the necessary characters. Let's just, brute force it. And then you can, and then you don't have to worry about it anymore. And that's very nice. So you don't have to deal, because then you don't have to deal with her until it like really matters near the end of the game.
Yeah. I will say my first playthrough, I didn't realize that she was a social link. So I didn't do it because
she has like the exclamation point on her head.
Well, you have to go into the Velvet Room and talk to her, and I just never did.
Oh yeah, like the first time.
Yeah.
To like, that's fair.
I just never did because I was like,
because does the game even tell you like, oh, you should probably like spend some time with her?
No, all it does is be like, well, Margaret kind of like mentions like talk to Marie, and I was like, I don't want to, and I just did.
Yeah. I think they just assumed, they're like, oh, it's a goth chick. Of course, these fuckers are gonna talk to her.
Oh, it's like well, they're like, oh, she's new and interesting. They'll definitely want to chat with her. And I was like,
I mean, I
guys,
think if you had played the original Persona 4 and then went to Golden, you would notice it was different, and you'd be like, oh, let's see what's different. So
yeah.
that I can understand. But if you're going to the game without playing any of them, you wouldn't know.
I think for me, it was like I thought Margaret was telling me to talk to her because of the skill cards. I'm like, I don't care about those.
Who gives a shit?
So I just never did. So my first playthrough, I get to the event later in the game that that centers around her, and it literally just cuts to a cutscene of her in this like shadow dimension, and then just disappears. And I'm like, oh, she's gone now. I'm like, I'm not sure what that means.
It's like, oh well, that must have been important.
I'm like, did I screw up? Nah, I didn't.
And then you look it up, and they're like, yeah, you totally screwed up.
Well, then I did my next playthrough, and I did talk to her, and I was like, oh, she had a social like shit.
That explains it.
I was like, oops.
Yeah, but I did not max out Adachi social link at all. I think I got it to like 2 because he is the most elusive one of the bunch. Because sometimes you'll see him, but half the time when you see him, it's like, oh, he's too busy.
Yeah.
So you can't even fucking bother half the time.
The thing about Adachi's social link is Adachi's social link ties into the other alternate endings that Golden included.
I know the specific one you're talking about. I did look it up after the fact.
Oh, so you looked up the accomplice ending?
Yes, I did, sir. And oh boy.
We'll save that for
later. Imagine stumbling into that.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll save that one for later because it's plot important. But yeah, Adachi
very plot important.
There's a reason why when you go on the TV tropes page and look under characters and you go to Adachi, there's a giant thing that says spoilers abound. And it's like, oh
yeah,
okay. But other than that, there's like a few other minor social links. We mentioned she's another student.
Ibahara.
Or yeah, she as some characters.
Yeah, she's weird.
Yeah,
I don't know how to describe it.
Her social link is like a tribute to Persona 3, where there's a whole gimmick where in Persona 3, social links could regress if you fucked up.
Yeah, I noticed there were even moments in other social links where I looked at the option and I'm like, that looks like an obvious like you're gonna regress. And it's like, I don't want to do that.
Yeah, in 3 in particular, like if you fucked up, it would regress a lot. So 3 social links were kind of a pain in the ass. Ibahara, her social link is the one that does this because they kind of made her a tribute to that. And she can be frustrating as fuck sometimes, I swear.
Yeah. She is she's another kind of annoying character in a lot of ways.
I will say her social link has some of my favorite social link moments in it though. Because they're occasionally you'll go on like dates with her. And the way the dates will work is you'll be like just kind of walking around town and you'll run into some other characters from the party. Usually like Rise, Chie, or Yukiko. In most cases, Ibahara will chase them off. Like she'll chase Rise off, she'll chase Chie off.
Yeah, like, yeah, you fucks.
She runs into Yukiko. Yukiko's is the funniest one. She'll run into Yukiko and try to chase Yukiko off. Yukiko will then proceed to chase her off. And then you proceed to have a date with Yukiko, and you get points with Yukiko instead. I love that scene too.
That's Yukiko.
And the best is if you're dating Yukiko at the time, she'll just be like, "Well, explain yourself," and then you have to like kind of talk your way out of it.
Yeah, I mean, you probably romanced her every fucking time. You simp.
She's the best girl.
I don't know about that. We don't have to get into waifu war territory here.
But, I like all of them. I just like Yukiko the most.
In a way, I did end up liking all of them. Like, I didn't end up hating Yukiko as much as I thought I would, but like, I still don't get it.
That's fair.
the way you and Tony are just like, she's the best girl. I'm like, I don't know. Honestly, thinking about it, if I had to pick one, it would be Chie.
Chie is really good.
She's weirdly enough, she's kind of chill. At least by the end of the game, she's like chilled out. So, but I think they're all good. But yeah, let's get into the rest of the characters. So we've talked about Yasuke, who he's an all right character. He's definitely troubled, but he's far from like the worst of the bunch.
He's got an arc, I will say.
Yeah.
He also
I like the end of his social link. That was where you
shit out of each other.
Where he's like, punch me, and you're like, what? And then you guys like fight, and I'm like, is this Yakuza? Why am I fighting my best friend?
They fight, and then like they're like, ow, that was fucking stupid.
Yeah, and they're like, okay, we're good.
Yeah,
it's a very dude thing to do.
That's kind of Yosuke's entire plot, because he's basically like he's literally the bro of the game.
Yes, the slightly homophobic bro.
Yeah, unfortunately, Japan is very culturally different, and
he's not as bad as you would think. It definitely, the way they portray it is more of just like in high school when you don't really know any better. Yeah, so you're just kind of like, oh, like it's like, ooh, I don't know, you know. But like, he's not doing anything blatantly awful to anybody.
No,
you know, he just doesn't get it.
It's mostly played for laughs, which I know a lot of people would find uncomfortable. It's kind of one
and
of those
and I totally get it. I do totally get it, because it feels like it could be trivializing the whole situation, but like I genuinely feel like Kanji would be one of those guys that, like, as he got older and learned about it, he would be more accepting. Like, he doesn't come off as like hateful or spiteful or anything. I think he just doesn't understand because he's fucking 16 years old, and of course he doesn't understand anything. It's fine, man.
Yeah, it's 16 or 17. He's a
second year.
Well, Japan only has 3 years, so I think he'd be 17.
Okay, I don't know how Japan school works. I didn't go there.
Yeah, Japan's weird. They have like 3 years rather than 4, so I believe he'd be second year. So I believe he'd be 17.
Gotcha. Okay, but there's Yosuke, there's Chie, who I think we all like.
Chie's character arc is really fun too, because it's really
I do like her arc. She was the first social link I maxed out, and I did enjoy the resolution to hers. It was really good.
Hers is very interesting too, because it's very much about that whole. She doesn't want people to completely like treat her like she's fragile, but she does want to be kind of pampered at the same time.
Yeah, but also she, like, you know, she stands up for people and has like a good heart and all that kind of stuff, you know.
Like, my favorite part is at the end of her social link, when they're confronting those bullies going after the kid. You get the option to either do nothing, which is stupid, don't do that. You can protect Chie, which is also dumb, or you can fight with her. And I love that. Like, you just join in the fight with her.
Yeah, I always did that, because I'm like, yeah, let's fucking beat these assholes. I was hoping for a battle. I was hoping for like maybe like a secret boss battle or something, but that didn't happen, unfortunately.
Just a cutscene.
But yeah, another part of her character arc is how like people always ask her about Yukiko, because she's Yukiko's best friend. So people are like, oh, where's Yukiko? How's Yukiko doing? Or that one guy who's like, you know, hey, can Yukiko go on like a date with me or whatever? And she is just like, ask her yourself, you fucking creep. You know, and that becomes a part of her arc as well, like feeling like she can't separate herself from her best friend. As well. So,
and then
there's Yukiko, your fucking favorite.
I love her.
A lot of people love her. She has a good arc, but again, it's just like I don't really think she's the best character in the game. Like I don't get it. I don't get it. She definitely has more character than I expected. You know, she laughs a lot, almost too much.
Well, that's the thing about Yukiko, is when you first find her, you think she's very standoffish and aloof, and then you find out she's just a dork, like a goofy.
She's a fucking dork, yeah. And she gets her own like her laughing character model, you know, or like the closed eyes and the open mouth, and she's slapping her knee all the time. It's like, Jesus Christ, girl.
Also, her weird tendency to slap the fuck out of people.
Oh God, her slap is incredible.
Like whenever Yosuke says one thing and she misinterprets it as him coming onto her. She just
with that whole scene, I was like, that is not what he meant at all. I don't know how you misinterpreted that.
Yukiko's very oblivious.
And also I think Yosuke said it in like a slightly creepy way.
Yeah,
but even still, that was a whole thing. But those are like the main characters, but as the game goes on, we meet other characters. Like my favorite character probably in the whole game, Kanji Tatsumi, voiced by the one and only Troy Baker. Definitely one of his early standout roles.
And Matt Mercer for specific scenes.
For Golden, yeah. But yeah, definitely one of his more like early roles that kind of helped him stand out, because it was this and Vesperia, which we mentioned earlier with Yuri. Like those are the two roles that really, I think, allowed Troy Baker to become
they're the roles
like a big name.
He became one of the most sought after voice actors in the entire industry.
Yeah, and then it was with I would say probably Joel in Last of Us and Booker DeWitt in BioShock Infinite that made him like a mainstream name. Like that's when people knew who the guy was, like to everything. Which is, and now why he's like one of the biggest voice actors, or one of the biggest actors in the gaming industry to this day. Like he did fucking Indiana Jones, The Great Circle, and was fantastic. Like people compared like his version of Harrison Ford's voice to Harrison Ford's voice. Like there's YouTube videos where you can hear the side by side, and it is like very close. There are slight differences, obviously, but his impersonation is very fucking good. Like if you didn't know any better, you would assume it's Harrison Ford. Like it's that good. So and yeah, he's super fucking talented. And Kanji is one of my favorite roles he ever did. Like Kanji is such a good. I don't think anybody hates Kanji.
No. Kanji is literally, in my opinion, the most complex character in the game.
Yeah, like I think he's the most fan favorite as well. And yeah, he goes through quite an interesting arc because you meet him and he's like one of like the bad kids who has like tattoos and like wants to be in a motorcycle gang, and all of a sudden like he's got the piercings and shit. But he's like the very next dungeon, and you see that like in his dungeon it's like was it like a bathhouse, yeah, and he's acting very effeminate, we'll just say. And then you go in and yeah, you can tell like his main story arc is him kind of struggling with his identity in that way, where he like, because when his dad died, and he lives with his mom who works at the textile industry, like he's just like, oh, I need to be the man of the house. And so he starts trying to put up this like kind of like tough front and like beating people up and shit, but really deep down he's just a softie.
Well, because it's implied in his backstory that he was made fun of for being into like sewing and making like crafts and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And because of that, he overcorrected like a lot of people do at that age. And now he's gone full out into this the quote unquote Japanese delinquent look, which is the bleached hair, like the biker jacket look.
The whole nine, yeah. And then they try to imply, I think, that he's gay, because at one point he's chatting with a non-named character who looks a bit androgynous. And you're like, what's going on there? And he gets like very kind of flustered and everything. And then of course, when you're in the bathhouse, it's kind of implied that like, you know, he's struggling with his sexuality, basically, which a lot of high schoolers do at that age. It's not that big. It's not that big a deal.
This entire scene kind of is one of the, I swear, like every year or so, like it gets brought up again. Like people online will like be like, what is going on here? And I'm just like, it's not that deep. It's deep, but it's not that deep, guys.
And like, yeah, like there are people who debate on like, you know, is Kanji gay or all that kind of stuff. I'll say this. I don't think he's straight. I don't think he's 100% hetero, but I think he doesn't know.
The way I interpreted it was because the shadows are just exaggerations of inner thoughts. I never thought he was completely that way. He's always kind of been in that sort of like ambiguous area. The way that I interpreted it was because he really has never, because he's been so isolated and closed up, he's never really engaged with anybody on a level like that. So when the character that starts chatting to him kind of comes on to him in a way, or at least what he interprets as that, it confuses him. And
yeah, because it's implied that this character is, you know, at the very least, like you're not quite sure.
Yeah. So he's completely confused in that way. So he's kind of going through these things. It's later revealed, stuff we'll get to later, but I think the entire interpretation of his social link is that he's very in touch with his feminine side. Like he's very into like the crafts and stuff.
Yeah, he's absolutely an effeminate man, and his social link plays into that, where like he was made fun of for doing like the crafts and all that stuff, but then he starts like just making them for like this like one kid. And whatever like he makes them, he's like, oh, here you go. And everyone's like, Jesus Christ, these are like really fucking good. Like everyone's impressed with how well they're done. And like his mom is kind of pushing him to sell them in the shop, and he doesn't want to do it, but then he like starts teaching classes on how to make them and all the other stuff. And yeah, at the end of the game, he becomes much more in touch with himself, becoming less of like that delinquent and just being like, I'm me, man. Still, I don't think he's 100% straight. I really don't. He's probably just like bi, and that's fine. Or at the very least, he's gonna end up figuring it out one of these days, and the way they leave it kind of ambiguous, I think it's probably a good thing, because at the end of the day, they're minors, so you don't really need to make these grand statements about their sexualities, do they? They're fucking teenagers. But
especially because Kanji's actually younger than the main cast.
Yeah, so I like how they end up handling his overall and just kind of leaving it to like, he'll figure it out.
I love,
you know what I mean?
There's a moment later in the game where they're helping Nanako make her school projects, and Kanji makes this like extremely elaborate like craft thing, and the the captain's like, no one will ever believe a child made this.
Yeah, but it's so good. And I think like when Kanji becomes part of the friend group, he gets a lot more comfortable with himself, and you can kind of see him grow in that way and allow himself to be more of who he actually is. And it's okay, man.
I love his relationship with the main character, where like there's like a big like kind of like older brother kind of like feel to it.
Yeah. And also why I'm glad they didn't just like straight out make him gay is that I think it will also say to like people playing this game, it's like, hey, if you're a dude and if you're, slightly effeminate, it's all right, man. Like you don't have to be gay because you're effeminate. You know what I mean? Like they kind of do like the halfway thing of like acceptance of like, if he's gay, then they're cool and they love him anyway. But if not, and he's just like slightly effeminate, they, he's accepted no matter what.
Yeah.
Kind of a thing, which I think is kind of what they were going with Kanji, is that, you don't have to be a stereotypical dude, and that's okay. And what isn't a stereotypical dude is however you want to place it, but it's done in like kind of that conservative Japanese way where they're not taking a huge stance one way or the other. But I think in the end that helps the character, because then that message is allowed to be spread to everybody.
Yes. And I love the fact too, like once he joins the party, he's like one of them, and like he's like included with everything. I love his goofy
antics. He's great. I fucking love Kanji. God, he's such a goddamn goofball.
Yeah, like his weapon of choice is a fucking chair, like folding chair.
Yeah, or the desk. You can give him the desk later, which is awesome. Yeah, and he's a super powerful character in battle, and he's definitely worth having once you get into battle.
He's got some of the best physical moves in the game.
Oh, for sure. So then after Kanji, we get a Risei, fucking Risei, who I ended up waifuing, but thinking I'm like, maybe I shouldn't have. I don't hate Risei at all. I think Risei is again, she's another character that I think is more complex than some people give her credit for. But I get why people would find her off-putting, because she's very much like an idol who, kind of abandoned all of it because she was just kind of like, fuck this, but also her family needed help, and she used it as an opportunity to be like a normal person.
Japanese idol culture is a very complicated and kind of messed up industry.
I kind of, if Risei is sort of the epitome of idol culture, I fucking hate it.
Oh, I
think it's gross and disgusting.
If you want to see how bad it is, just watch Oshinoko. You'll. But
yeah, I think I'm okay. I'll take your word for it.
It's a good show, but
I'm sure it is.
The epitome of Japanese idol culture is very dark. And
yeah, it seems fucked up.
The whole thing with Risei is she basically is fed up with it and she walks away, which is apparently really hard to do, because once you walk away, there's no chance you can ever come back.
Yeah, and it's also hard to live a normal life after that, because then with Risei, like everyone's like, Reset, that's Reset, like, and her fucking agent shows up half the time and is trying to like goad her and to come back, and she's always like, dude, fuck off, dude. She's like in this walking away, it's like she's claiming back her power, and a lot of her social link is about her like taking control of her own life and control of her own destiny as well, because then she starts talking about like getting back into it at the end, but in a way that's more on her own terms, and trying to like, she's like, it's going to be hard and I'm gonna have to climb the ladder again, but like she wants to do it that way because then it's earned, that she's not handed it, that she gets to actually like earn it, which I think is good. So I do enjoy her arc and hanging out with her, but she like completely simps for you the moment you two meet. Basically, she's all over him.
She's unsubtle to the point where if you are romancing another character, there's a very subtle sweat drop that will appear over their heads at times, and then it'll basically be like they're annoyed.
Like, calm down, girl. It's not that big a deal. But yeah, but Rise is cool.
She's also voiced by Laura Bailey, a very iconic voice actress in the.
Oh yeah, is that the one everyone got mad at? Hold on, not for this game, for a different game.
They were mad at her for playing.
It was
Nadine in Uncharted 4.
Not Nadine in Uncharted 4. No, because she was Abby in Last of Us Part 2.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's the one. Yeah, because I was like, I know that name. And I thought when that happened, that whole thing was complete bullshit because people didn't like Abby. Because people didn't like Abby as a character, and that's fine. I don't like her as a character either, but it's not fucking her fault. She didn't write it. She was just doing her job, and I think she did a fine job. Oh yeah, she's also Kate Diaz in the Gears series, and I fucking love Kate in Gears 4 and 5. She awesome.
Has a very iconic voice. She was
Oh yeah, she's in Catherine as well.
Mm-hmm.
All these fucking people are in Catherine. What the hell?
Yeah.
And Troy, he's Vincent.
Vincent.
Yeah. Yep. God damn it, man. Atlas just uses the same people all the time.
Well, unfortunately, the reason why they don't use a lot of them now is a lot of them are union actors and they can't use them because they're too expensive. But
yeah, well, and probably when they went to Persona 5, they're like, if we keep reusing the voices, everyone's going to recognize them. And with them doing the Persona Q stuff, it'd probably be better to have different voice actors.
Yeah, I know. Troy did come back for Catherine because he did that
for full body.
Yeah, he did that by choice because he was a fan of the role.
Well, to be fair, I think like he loves doing a lot of those old roles. Like I was telling somebody the other day about the Tales of Vesperia stuff, with how Bamco didn't ask him back for the definitive edition because they thought he wouldn't want to do it or would ask for too much money or whatever. But people asked Troy about it, and he said, "No, I would have done it. Like I would, because he liked that role so much, and it was important to him that he's like, yeah, I would have absolutely. Like, I think he implied he would have done it for free. Probably not, but like implying that he would have done it for much less money because he just loved the character so much, and he was kind of saddened by that.
Yeah, it's actually gotten so bad to the point where his common replacement, Matt Mercer, he won't do any parts that were previous Troy Baker roles anymore because he does not want to be forever typecast as replacement Troy Baker.
I don't blame him because he's pretty good in his own right.
Yeah, because he's a character in 5 that's very good.
Yeah, so but yeah, I feel bad for Laura because she had to deal with all that kind of bullshit. When you look at her her list of what she's done throughout the years, and yeah, she's done a lot.
Oh yeah,
look, she was Rain in Blood Rain. What the fuck? God damn it!
One of the most prolific. She's been
yeah, she's fucking all over the place. Good for her.
So yeah, then we have we already talked Kanji, Rise, Naoto. Yep. Final.
Naoto. Yeah, she's like the last character that you get like sort of in the main party. Yes. Well, then there's also that bit with Teddy. Do we want to talk about the Teddy part? Yeah. So when you first meet Teddy, he's the bear, right? And then like you do the zip thing and there's nothing there. And then I think it's after Rise's dungeon. Like Teddy comes with you to the normal world.
Oh yeah, because Rise's dungeon has one of the biggest shock plot twists in the game where you beat Rise's shadow.
Yeah, which is like a stripper, which is really weird, but it fits in with her character.
Yeah, that makes the weirdest fucking sounds.
Yeah.
You defeat her shadow, and her shadow goes down really quick.
Oh yeah, like so quick to where you're like, that can't be it. There has to be more here.
It's like, why is Teddy having a psycho breakdown right now? And then
this is the point in the game where it hooks you. Because at this point, you're about 20, 25 hours in. You've been, doing everything, and you're like, yeah, it's all good. Nothing too crazy, but it's doing its thing, right? But then this bit happens, and it's like, oh, okay, now we're getting somewhere.
Yeah, because it's like suddenly like it's like, oh, wait, so anyone can get a shadow.
Basically, like, okay. Yeah. Which kind of doesn't make sense with Teddy's character, now that I'm thinking about it, but we'll get to that in a second.
So you fight Shadow Teddy, and then Teddy gets a persona. And
yeah, like this big giant like evil Teddy with claws and shit. And again, not a difficult boss battle, but like the first one that's like, oh, a bit of a twist here. All right, you know, and it kind of grabs you. You're like, okay, I'm fucking in. Let's do it.
Yeah. So then Teddy does his like training montage where he's like flattened and doing sit-ups.
I love that. Yeah, where he's like crunching. He's like, I'm gonna get as strong as Sensei, and I think that's when you get his social link as well. And you're like, oh, I social link with Teddy. Hell yeah.
Yeah, and Teddy's social link is automatic throughout the game, so it's one.
Oh yeah, you don't have to bother doing his at all. It'll just happen, which is really. There's 3 of them that'll happen no matter what you do.
But eventually, they go back to Juness and they find Teddy just chilling there in one of the chairs.
Yeah, he's in the chair, and they're like, "How'd you get here?" He's like, "I'm just here. I just followed you guys out.
I came out the way you guys usually do."
Yeah, he's like, "I came out for some air," and then Yosuke is basically like, "Okay, fine." Well, like he makes him the mascot of Juness, so he's like handing out balloons to kids and all this other stuff.
But there's this great scene where they're at the table, and he's like, "It's so hot in here," and he's like,
"Yeah, because it's like summer. Yeah, it's summertime."
And he rips off the thing. They're like, "Teddy, no, you can't do that. You'll freak out a child."
And then it does and then it cuts to an anime cutscene, because it'll do that for like certain story bits, and I'm like, oh, where the fuck is this going? And then there's a fucking human inside Teddy, or he has like a human, or he has a human form. I don't know how to describe it.
He straight up grew a body.
Yeah, and when that happened, I messaged you, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure my response was, oh, you're there, I see.
Yeah, I'm trying to... Oh, yeah, I said, there's a fucking dude in the Teddy costume.
I was like,
I said that in all caps. Yeah. And you're like, you got to that part. Like, what the hell's going on? And yeah, and then everyone's just like, what the fuck? And then like human Teddy becomes this really weird character that I think that's why people don't like Teddy, because in human form he becomes really creepy.
Yeah.
But I attribute it to the fact that he doesn't know anything.
No, he's,
you know what I mean? He's acting purely on his like instincts. You know what I mean? So he doesn't have any of the like societal boundaries that we have, you know? And again, they play it for laughs, because at the end of the day, they're like, oh, it's Teddy, whatever, right? But I get why people don't like it. You know what I mean? Because I was always like, why y'all hate Teddy? I don't get it. And now that I've seen through the game, I'm like, I get why there are some people who hate Teddy for that stuff, but I don't think it's that bad. But if you view him as a shitty character for that reason, I'm not going to blame you.
No, human Teddy's definitely a lot.
Yeah, like he wears like the frilly shirt, and he has like the rose, and he has like the weird suede hair. Like he looks like an anime Fabio, basically.
I love the part too where apparently Chie and Yukiko picked out the outfit for him, and they find out.
Yeah, and I'm like, why'd they pick that out for him?
And they find out they charged it to Yosuke's credit card. And they're like, well, they were like, well, we felt bad, but we really didn't.
Yeah, and then Teddy starts just hanging out with Yosuke at his house.
Yeah,
like he just starts staying there, I guess. Yeah. Does the anime go into that, like those two living together?
Not
because I really want to see those shenanigans.
Not super deep. We do get a bit more like Teddy. Like we get a lot more of the shenanigans outside of the demon world, or the TV world, though.
Okay, because I mean, they could make a whole TV show about Yosuke and Teddy living together.
Yeah,
because that I imagine the shenanigans are galore with those two.
There is a great point in the anime where Yu borrows the Teddy costume and he goes incognito as Teddy for a little bit.
That'll be fun. Yeah, I will eventually sit down and watch that anime because I kind of want to see where it goes. But anyways, yeah. So we get back to Naoto, and yeah, we've seen Naoto a couple times beforehand. Like we see when she's like talking to Kanji, and then they reference her as like, oh, this like young hotshot on the force who's helping us like solve the case and everything, right? Because around this time is when Mr. Moroka dies.
Yes.
And yeah, King Moron. They still call him King Moron even after death, which I think is really kind of awful. I mean, I get it. He's a shitty character, but it's like, have a little bit of respect for the dead, right? But then and there's that whole like camp sequence, like when they go to summer camp and we find out Yukiko's cooking can kill.
Oh yeah, Mystery Food X.
Mystery Food X, which I hope to God is in that Persona. No, I think it is in the Persona cookbook. I think they said like Mystery Food X will be in there.
I hope it's just
I hope it's awful. I hope it's genuinely terrible.
I hope it's literally the entire page is just full of ingredients and it's like, yeah, this is how it happened.
Yeah, that shit is crazy. Do you mind if we pause it real quick?
Yeah.
So what were your thoughts on Naoto?
Naoto is an interesting one because she shows up very early for where she does in the game. She's kind of like a nothing character for a bit. She mostly is there just she causes the internal strife of Kanji's arc, ironically. And then
yeah. Where he's like, oh, why do I feel how I feel?
I just realized I spoiled the fact that she's a she, but
again, if you're this far in, you've played the game.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because when they first show Naoto, they do the whole like, oh, he's like a young shot or whatever, and then you meet Naoto and start talking to this he, and you're. My first thought was, there's no way, there's no fucking way. I'm just like, no, and I had heard rumblings in the past about Naoto and their character arc, and I'm just like, like I don't think they're gonna go that far, but like let's just see what happens. And so, yeah, you meet Naoto, and Naoto's just doing the whole, like, you know, not really denying that they're a dude, but not like being all like, oh, I'm a manly man who does manly man things, you know, like just very kind of coy about it. Just doesn't make it a big deal.
Very, very ambiguous.
Androgynous, even.
Yes.
Which I think a lot of people don't like that term anymore, but whatever. So, but then, yeah, you do Naoto's dungeon. And then the big theme in Naoto's dungeon is the fucking operating table with like the fucking saws and shit and all that. And I think it's meant to imply that Naoto may be sort of trans.
It's one of those things that you have to look at it via, because the way you look at it through like American eyes or like a Western eyes as opposed to like Eastern eyes.
Yeah.
It's very, this one is the hardest one to discuss because it is a very, for two things, because also the big thing a lot of people forget is this game technically came out in 2008 and the world was very different in 2008.
Yeah, the sort of opinions on, say, trans people back then were different. Weirdly enough, I think I could be wrong on this, but I have a weird feeling people were a little bit more accepting of them back then, and I think it's because it wasn't as big of a deal. You know, it was kind of more rare, and it wasn't a political talking point, like, at all. Mm-hmm. So I think most people, at least from what I remember, I could be completely wrong on this, like, most people, when they would encounter, like, the situation, they'd just be like, oh, okay. And just didn't think nothing of it. I mean, you know?
In all honesty,
I could very well be wrong. I don't know how many people who listen to our show are trans, but, you know, or have more knowledge of the trans experience than I do. You know, so, but if you do, let me know, please. Am I wrong?
I mean, I won't lie. Back then, like, if I had ever encountered like a trans person, I probably never noticed.
Yeah, or even if you noticed, you just didn't really think anything of it. Just like, whatever. Yeah. You know, not a big deal.
I mean, I don't really think much of it nowadays. It's like, oh, this person.
Yeah, exactly. Which I think is the right way to have about it, kind of normalizing them. Anyway.
Yeah.
So they do that thing in the dungeon, but then as her story arc like carries on, her story doesn't really have anything to do with her being trans at all.
No, the dungeon is the weirdest part about it.
Yeah, like I think they went there because they're just like, why not? Let's get fucking crazy. Like, I think because there's a potential idea that maybe Naoto sort of had those thoughts in the back of her head. Again, it's all like crumbs of truth, and maybe there was a little crumb of that idea sitting in her head, but really it never gets explored beyond the dungeon at all.
I think a lot of it had to do with just the way because like Naoto's character arc is that she is because she's a woman, she is very interested in joining a profession which at the time, I'm not sure how it is now, I don't really know a lot about Japanese culture in that sense, but at the time, it was not common for women to be in like positions of like a detective position or like a police position like that, like what her desire is. So she kind of has to disguise herself as a male to get accepted in that profession. It's really a cultural thing, I think, more than anything.
Yeah, she was raised by her grandfather and spent a lot of her time reading like detective novels. And because of that, she was like, "Oh, I'd really like to get into like, police or like the detective profession." But yeah, because the profession back then and maybe even now to a certain extent doesn't allow for like, no women to be in like especially like a leadership type of a role. Yeah, she disguised herself as a male and dressed very androgynously and just like called herself a dude, to kind of get in there. And because she was like pretty good at her job, and nobody really questioned it, and just kind of let it go. Like I said, it's like a Mulan situation. Like
Yeah,
this is more Mulan than anything. Just like a woman pretending to be a man to get into a a career path that like she wants, that she like idolizes.
true.
I wouldn't
Because
be surprised
once
if it was a slight influence because there are some similar things about it.
because once she you finish her dungeon and she accepts her persona for who she is, she never once even like her pronouns go exclusively female from that point on, and she never.
Oh yeah, yeah. And then the whole joke is her like getting her out of her shell basically and like
Because
embracing her femininity more.
one of the biggest ironies is like when she's masquerading as a male, she's like one of the most popular people in the school, rivaling Yukiko and Risuke to a point.
Yeah.
And then once she gets outed as a female, she's arguably more popular now. It's like, and much to her annoyance.
Yeah, yeah, because I made the joke of like she's robot. She just thinks logically, no room for emotion, kind of a character. Which I mean makes sense for the profession that she's trying to do. But as you develop her social link and she develops in the game, she kind of loosens up a little bit. And to see the tension that exists between her and Kanji is so cute.
Yeah,
Because
I came to the.
you can tell it's a case of they both like each other, but they just can't fucking say it. You know.
I think I joked on a Discord one night. I was like, "Yeah, Kanji's sexuality is he is Naoto sexual. Like that is like his own
That's
interest."
the only person he's into. Yeah.
Yeah,
And that's fine. I can live with that.
their little relationship is really cute.
Oh, it is so cute, especially when they go to like the skiing like vacation later in the game.
And
Like
Naoto doesn't know how to ski, and Kanji's
yeah.
trying to show her.
Oh god, it's so fucking adorable. They're so cute together. I hope they like fall in love.
Yeah.
Not to get
Now,
into not to get into like shipping, but I'm just like, no, those two are like perfect for each other.
yeah. Now Naoto's a fun. Naoto's one of those characters that like at first glance I wasn't sure I was gonna like, but then by the end of her character arc, I was like, I like this character a lot.
Yeah, yeah. I ended up liking her, and yeah, it ends up with like the whole gang. Yasuke, Kanji, Chie, Rise, Naoto, Yukiko, Teddy, like everybody. Like by the end, I was like, I love this group of characters. Like I love everybody. Like this is such a lovable cast that all have like enough varied personality traits to stand out, but like together they're just a beautiful team. Like
Like
probably one of my favorite cast of characters in any like game ever. Seriously.
they are really solid. Like it's rare you get an RPG where like you legitimately like every character here.
Yeah, like yeah. And as I said, I'm not the biggest fan of Marie, but I think I think Marie's character arc later in the game helps legitimize her a little bit. To where I'm just like, yeah, she's fine. Though the where her character ends, I think is hilarious.
Yeah, I think the problem with Marie is that outside of Golden, where I think she's probably her least offensive, I think it's like in a lot of the spin-off materials, she's such a Mary Sue at times. It's like,
And that's the thing, her character is not a Mary Sue at all. Like that's kind of goes against how she's portrayed in the game.
yeah, like because in the Golden anime, which was a second anime they did based around the Golden stuff, it literally ignores most of like the fighting and like character stuff just to focus on There's a reason why most people call it the you and Mary show, because that's basically all it's focused on.
Yeah, and that sounds boring.
It is. That's why it's probably never been dubbed, and they just don't really care.
Yeah, because nobody gives a fucking shit about any of that. Yeah. So, but yeah, that's the main cast and all the various social links that you do with them, and they're all.
Oh, we didn't talk about Nanako and Dojima.
Oh, well, we did a little bit. Not. Oh yeah. So Nanako, yeah, your niece. She calls you big bro. You can grow vegetables with her. You hang out with her. She's the most adorable little bumpkin in the entire fucking world.
I love that she just joins the group for like all their activities, and everyone's perfectly fine with it.
Oh yeah, they all bring her along. Like, come on, Nanako. And then she's
like, that's a big character point, because usually she just stays at home doing nothing.
Yeah, because her social link is about being lonely. Basically, is that like she just kind of hangs out by herself most of the time because Dojima's off doing work, right? Because he's a detective and he's very busy. So Nanako has to take care of herself a lot of the time because her mother, that you never meet, anime trope, she died. She's fucking dead. She died in like a hit and run.
And that's why Dojima's always at work, because he's constantly trying to find a lead on her case.
Yeah, and he feels very guilty about the whole thing, and how like when him and his wife were together, he's like, "Oh, I'll do all the work, and she'll raise the kid." But then he ends up having to do both, and it like really fucks with him, and he has a bit of a troubled relationship with Nanako. But you being you kind of step in and help mend that a little bit, because you give Nanako someone to like spend more time with, and somebody that's more her contemporary to kind of bounce things off of. And your friend group completely embraces her, which is lovely and adorable. And she gets to come along for a lot of the shenanigans, like say when you go see the fireworks, or like especially a lot of the summer stuff. She just kind of comes around and hangs out, and it's great. And Dojima loves it because he can just see the kind of the light in her eyes coming back, because now she has like a more solid group of friends. Though I think it's implied she has a group of friends at her school, but she just doesn't hang out with them that much.
She doesn't hang out with them outside of school, I think, except for maybe like one or two occasions.
I mean, there were some times in like, I think it's like summer, where you wake up and she's just not there, like on like a Sunday. So it's like, so she's either out like grocery shopping or, or something. I'm not quite sure, but
I will say one of the most saddest things you can do in the game is when you talk to Nanako at night to do social link stuff. Sometimes it's like it'll say the relationship won't improve. If you then say choose not to hang out, the pathetic whimper she makes is the most heartbreaking thing you'll hear in the entire game.
And you're like, I just want to hang out with you, but the game says it's a waste of time, so I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, and it's just like, oh, now I feel
and
bad.
It hurts, and it fucking hurts every time. You're like, God damn it.
I do like Dojima and use like little late night coffee talks too.
Oh yeah, those are great, because you get him to like, because he's kind of like emotionally distant.
Yeah.
But he gets to open up a bit, and you learn more about sort of his struggles as well. And and again, you see like this weird kind of frayed relationship that him and Nanako have. But you kind of help sort of bridge the gap a little bit, because you make them realize that they both love each other, and they both want to help each other out. And yeah, by the end of the game, you can tell Dojima is spending a lot more time with her, and it seems like that relationship has healed a lot more, and that maybe they're able to move on, because you can tell the wife or the mother's death really did affect that.
Well, because there's a great I know you didn't finish Dojima's social link, but
I got close. I think I was at like 8.
Okay, so did you get to the point where Nanako runs away?
No, I never did.
Okay, that might be 9. There's a point in Dojima's social link where Nanako they're supposed to have a family trip, and then Dojima bails because he gets a lead on his wife's death, and Nanako ends up running away, and Dojima finally realizes what's important, so they chase after her, and they have this really big heartwarming scene. And then the 10th rank is like the sweetest thing, because it's like they go out to the dock at night and they just have this really nice heart-to-heart, but then after they've all like established like their family relationship there, they hear sirens off in the distance, and Dojima has to go, but Nanako's like, go get him, Dad.
Oh, that's cute.
It's like a really sweet scene.
Yeah.
Yeah, so those are all the characters. we should probably mention some of the key plot points, like particularly the false lead on who the killer is.
Yes, this weird fucker. So you see him early in the game, and
Yeah,
he has like the weird big pupils. He asks Yukiko out, and everyone's like really creeped out by him.
The anime makes that scene way more gross than it has to be, because like he actually grabs her arm at one point.
Yeah, that's really weird.
Yeah, he's a creepy fucker.
Yeah, very creepy fucker. So yeah, and then yeah, so you see him. He's fairly early in the game.
Did you notice that you can run into him in the town occasionally?
No, I never saw him.
Occasionally, he'll be down by the liquor store, and you can chat with him. And he'll.
Where the hell is the liquor store?
It's in the really far back of the main strip.
In the south or the north?
So you know, like where the shrine is.
Yes.
If you keep going like beyond like the textile store, it's like back there. By like the bike shop, the motorcycle shop.
Oh, it must have blended in because I didn't see it at all. Because there's that one side quest where the dude's like, "Can you go get me some booze?" And I'm like, "I don't know where the fucking liquor store is."
It's in the far back. You can't ever go into it. I think Naoshi's occasionally there.
Okay, but, I never noticed.
You can find Mitsu back there occasionally, and every time you talk to him, all his dialogue is he keeps accusing Mr. Moroka as being the killer.
Which is a little sussy.
Yeah.
Sussy baka.
But yeah, he ends up being on the Midnight Channel, and his appearance on the Midnight Channel is basically him saying that he did everything. He was the killer.
Yeah. And when that happened, I was immediate red herring. Like immediate. I'm like, there's no way he did it all. No shot.
Yeah, because like the way it's revealed is pretty bizarre, where it's like he's just this random guy that you saw early on, and it's like, oh yeah, him. It can't be him.
Yeah, because it and then like the gang is all like kind of convince themselves that he's the guy, and it's just like, no, this doesn't line up. It doesn't make sense. You know, it's one of those like it's almost too perfect.
It's too convenient in a lot of ways.
Exactly. Yeah.
I will say though, his dungeon is both one of the coolest and one of the biggest pains in the ass in the entire game.
It might be the best in terms of aesthetics, but it was my least favorite dungeon to explore because it's when a difficulty spike happens, and it's a really long dungeon. And the boss battle isn't really that terrible. It just takes a really long time because it's really fucking slow.
It's also one of the dungeons where you'll have to like go back to a previous floor because there's an item you need to find and then like to unlock something.
Yeah, they do that once or twice more after that, but it's not nearly as bad. So yeah, that dungeon kind of sucked.
I will say though, the video game theme I love the level music.
Oh, the 8-bit version of everything. Yeah,
the 8-bit version of I'll Face Myself is like one of the coolest little like extras that they added for Golden.
Yeah, when that showed up, I was like, oh, that's really cute. I like that. It fits with the theme of everything, and I quite enjoy it.
So what's funny is that track is in the Golden soundtrack. That track is known as Shin Mitsu Tensei.
Nice.
Or the American version is Revelations Mitsuo as a joke.
Nice. I get that joke. So yeah, so you end up catching him and then bringing him back to
Dachi is weirdly happy about this.
Oh yeah. I didn't know.
Happy about it.
Yeah. Because now everyone's like, "Oh, the case is closed. We're done." Right? And this happens in like what, July or August or something like that. And I'm like, "It ain't done. I got like 40 more fucking hours of this game to go. We're nowhere near done.
We still haven't got a party member. Like, what the hell?"
Yeah, like I know better. But there's this like really big lull where it's like, oh, everything's done. So let's just, this is when you can really do your side quests and your social links, and it gives you a lot of time.
There's a few events,
all that figured out.
Like there's the beach event with the birth of Venus.
The beach event was fun. That was a funny event with the like Kanji bringing the fucking Speedo and everything. Oh, it was so good.
There's just like, Kanji, what are you wearing?
He's like, what? swimmer swimsuit.
Oh, that's like one of my favorite like creepy Yosuke moments too. Is early in the game where like they're going swimming during the camping trip, and the girl's like, "Oh, we forgot our swimsuits. Don't worry, can't go swimming. You guys have fun." And Yosuke's like, "Don't worry, I have these." And and they're just like, "Dude, that's
yeah,
that's so
fucking boy, no tact." So yeah, so a lot of that like cute little stuff happens, and it's really good and all that. But as this happens, you're starting to get letters in the mail.
Yeah,
from unmarked envelopes, basically saying like, don't keep searching, or like, give up, basically. Because you eventually figure out that like, oh, this isn't done yet.
Because there's also these very subtle moments after you clear a dungeon where it cuts to the foggy Inaba, and there's just like a figure in the background who's like kind of being like, again, really? Or like not again.
Yeah, because like, the fog starts happening. You keep checking the Midnight Channel and nothing's there. So everyone's like, it's fine, but like the Midnight Channel is still like appearing.
I will say that music that plays during like a dramatic moment like that with like the little like piano and like yeah. That song is so effective for those scenes because I'm like, damn, this is creepy.
Yeah. It does a good job because the presentation of this game is very old. So the music really does a good job of helping to push some of the more emotional parts of the game.
From what I read, they cut because this game, because Atlas was Atlas at the time, this game had a very small budget compared to 3, because it's very noticeable if you play 3 and then 4, you'll notice there's a lot of budget cuts. What they did effectively though is they put a lot of that budget into hiring better voice actors and like putting a lot of work into the score, which I think really helped.
Yeah, and getting the really good voice actors helps as well, because they really carry the game on their shoulders, because a lot of the game is almost like a visual novel, where it's just a lot of talking heads back and forth for really long periods of time. So
they do animate a little bit the in-game models, but not a ton.
Yeah, like you can tell it's a Vita game or
like,
a PS2 game even.
There are some really funny background events though. Like there's the scene where they're having a little cookout at Dojima's house, and then Kanji like talks about salt on the watermelon. You just see his character like put the salt on and eat the watermelon, which is great.
Yeah, I saw that. Or like weird things, like whenever you're going to class and you're like walking, and then you're walking with somebody, and then you do the little chat. There's always somebody who runs in the foreground before you get the zoom in fade. Every single time.
One of my favorites is during the there's a little arc about they're trying to do a show at Junes, and they're all learning different instruments.
Oh, and that whole bit was great.
Like I love the line where it's like, okay, we can bring instruments, and they're just like, Yukiko, what's that back there? And she's like, it's a gong.
Yeah, I remember that bit. That was great. Yeah.
It's like, what
and then they do like the music bit where Risei's singing and everyone's playing. It's fucking awesome, dude.
I love that too, because Laura Bailey got
they tried the crowd surf.
Yeah. My favorite part is though, there's that scene right before, like when they're still planning everything together before they really get it down. Yeah. And this whole conversation's going on, and you just see Yukiko in the background with the saxophone trying to make it work. And they have the whole conversation, and then the conversation right after it ends, you just hear this really shriek like saxophone sound, and then Yukiko just goes, I did it.
Just learning how to play the fucking thing.
Yeah.
It's all these little bits that really warm you to the characters and sort of like, warm you to everything that's going on, because they're like, yeah, we're gonna take a break from the main story and let's kind of enjoy everybody's company in a sense. So and it really succeeds in that. But yeah, as the letters keep coming in, back to the serious stuff, one gets intercepted by Dojima. And he's like, what the hell is this?
Yeah, because you decides to read it right in front of him.
Like it's a dumbass.
It's like, that was a great choice.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then Dojima's like, what the hell is this? Why do you know anything about this? Or like, are you involved in the case or whatever? Because as everything has been progressing, like you keep conveniently running into Dojima or whatever, or like you have connections to the people who've been kidnapped, like Kanji and Yukiko and everything. And Dojima's like, this is really weird that you're like kind of, it feels like you're connected to this. And he's like, are you sure you're not doing anything like stupid or whatever? And you just kind of play it off. And he's trying to like play it off, but you can tell he's suspicious.
Yeah.
So when this letter comes in, that convinces him like, hey, something's going on. Like, I need to take you down to the station. So he basically arrests you, takes you to the station, and then like he starts interrogating you, and that stuff starts going on. And then somehow in that process, Nanako gets kidnapped.
Well, it's even more shocking because the that scene, what a really like the what I call the big oh shit moment there is when Dojima leaves the room. There's a TV in the room that he's being interrogated in, and it happens to be right at midnight channel time, and it turns on, and you just see Nanako on this thing, and it's like,
that's right. Shit. And then you're like, no, oh fuck, no, you know.
And then it cuts to all the party members are like running because they're like, no.
Like not her, no. Like we can't let her get hurt, right? But unfortunately, she does get kidnapped. And then was it Dojima finds out at that point, or?
Well, Dojima chases after the kidnapper and gets in.
Because because they're able to find the van that like Nanako is in. It's like a TV repair van, I think. Yeah, and then it cuts to that really great anime cutscene of Dojima, like chasing him, and it's like this really intense scene. And then like the whole thing crashes, Dojima gets hurt, and then you open the van and nobody's in there.
Yeah, but there's a TV mysteriously.
A giant TV. But I don't think you go. Do you go in that TV?
So they kind of like debate it for a few minutes, but then Teddy points out we don't know where that's going to go.
That's right. So they're like, let's just go into our normal route and go from there. Because at this point, like Teddy can be like a normal party member, as we said. So now like Rise has become like the support character the way Teddy was earlier.
And I will say I much prefer Rise in that role. Nothing against Teddy, but I love Rise's little like quips and stuff.
She is super fucking helpful, and doing her social link is almost kind of crucial because she gets so many abilities that can help you in battle. Like she can block attacks, she can buff you up, and then she can get like, I think it's like ultimate analysis, where when you hit analysis on any character, it just shows you everything, and she'll even tell you what they're fucking weak to as well.
She also will join in occasionally on the big group attacks because like
on all attacks, yeah.
I love that, like when it shows them all like in that little anime thing, and then she just appears in front of them, and it's like, oh, nice friggin'.
It's like it's gonna be even better, yeah. She is so fucking helpful in the game when she gets to that point, and especially if you max out her social link, she'll save your ass in a lot of like really bad situations. So good for her.
You'll have characters that are knocked down, and she'll just be like, "Nah, get back up. You're good."
Yeah, she's like, "I got you. You ain't dead." Especially the player character as well, which is phenomenal.
Yeah. It's like the two most useful party members to max out are like her and Yukiko, just because they're so useful in battle.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So after that whole scene, they're kind of like, all right, we got to regroup. Adachi says some sketchy shit again, and
as he does,
and the entire team also notices there's a note, like a journal in the van that kind of confirms a lot of their suspicions that the person that they've been chasing after is actually Namatame, the guy that supposedly had a airtight alibi.
Yeah, and that the guy that they thought was the killer that they had captured earlier was not. Though it is later confirmed that Kubo did kill Moroka. Yes. Because they find out like his death scene and everything is very different from the other two.
They also confirm like he had like blunt force trauma, and the other two had like no visible injuries.
Yeah, so they were able to confirm that Kubo was essentially kind of working with Namatame in a sense to kill Moroka. It's like a whole thing. So so you're able to track down Nanako's dungeon, which is heaven. Yeah, which is very like sweet and angelic, but also really sad because she's like, Mom, where are you, Mom?
Yeah, her dungeon is very tragic. If you look at all the little dialogue things, she's too innocent to like have a shadow right now. But
which is good because I'm like, I don't want to fight her shadow.
Yeah, or what would her shadow even be like?
I have no idea, and I don't want to think about it.
But
I don't want to think about it.
Yeah, you go through her dungeon and you get, of course, to the end. And did you do hers?
Though it was sweet when like she's doing like the Mom, I'm okay. I got Dad and Big Bro, and I'm like, oh, stop making me feel good.
I know, it's fucking adorable. But
yeah.
Did you do her dungeon in one go, or did it take a couple runs?
I think I was able to get to the boss in one day, but then I went back and did it another day. Yeah.
Okay. So Shadow Namatame is one of those pain in the ass bosses.
I found him to be the worst boss in the game, at least as far as like difficulty was concerned. He's the one I struggled with more than like any other boss.
Well, he has that wonderful move that bosses have where they take control of your party members and use them against you. And I'm like, great.
Yeah, and it's just a lot of and also like he'll do like the elemental attacks, and it's like you can't really telegraph them, you know. And he's really good at like zoning in on your characters that are weak as well.
Also, I swear to God, like this might just be my playthrough, but I swear to God, like 80% of the time, he would always take Yukiko, and I'm like, great, there goes my healer.
Yeah, that would happen time to time as well. But I had
my healer and best.
Well, thankfully, I had enough like items to get rid of like say silence or revival breads or whatever to keep him going. So I eventually was able to get it. It took me quite a few times, but I was able to finally clear that boss.
It's just one of those really annoying bosses where you're just like, yeah, this is the Atlas we know and love.
Yeah, it's that mid-game boss that's like testing you. They've been like, oh, have you been doing your due diligence, pal? You know. So yeah, you beat him, and then let's see.
His shadow does not become a persona because he doesn't really accept it. He just kind of is out from the shock.
Yeah, basically. You're able to save Nanako. And then, you defeat Namatame's shadow, and then you take both out of the shadow world and take them into like the hospital to heal, right?
Because Nanako's not doing great at the moment.
No, because what's interesting is before this, when Naoto becomes part of the party, she says like, hey, we should all probably like go to the hospital and get checkups to be sure we're okay, because we keep coming in and out of like dimensions and fighting shadow figures. Like we should probably make sure there's no like everlasting damage happening to us. And it's like, that's a good point. That's a very good point. So everybody gets checked out and everybody's fine except Teddy, because when they x-ray Teddy, they're like, we don't know what Teddy is.
Yeah, there's
like
just nothing.
The x-ray him, there's nothing there. It's all like hazy and like foggy. It's almost like he has fog inside of him. It's the whole thing.
Yeah, it's what's crazy about that scene is like it starts off being really serious, and then they completely just like take all the seriousness out of it by making it really fucking uncomfortable at the same time.
Yeah. This game does that quite a bit, where it's like it'll get serious and then immediately like snatch it away from you.
Risei's like, I've got everyone's measurements. It's like no one needs to know that.
Yeah. Oh boy. So you're able to get Nanako out of the dungeon. But yeah, she's not doing so well. Doctors cannot figure out what's wrong with her. Like Dojima has like all these injuries from the car crash, and he's going against doctor's orders to see Nanako in the hospital, not the dungeon. And it gets really serious and really like dark and emotional in these parts.
Well, the worst part,
you're like, what the fuck, man?
There's a brief hope spot right before that where like after she's rescued, the party's like, we should do something nice for her. Let's go get her a Christmas present, like a Koatsu for the table.
Oh yeah, because you get a little break in there as well. Because she wants a Katatsu, which is like this table that has like a heating element under it and like a blanket surrounding it. And when I learned about that, I'm like, why the fuck are these Japan only? These sound really fucking great. Should have them over here.
Because stupid Americans don't want to sit on the floor.
Sitting on the floor is fine. Anyway, but yeah, you get a little break in there, so you can like visit her in the hospital a couple times and all this other stuff. And then you like go get the Katatsu for her.
And one of the best comedy scenes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, where they're we should get Nanako a present, and it's like the three options are all very random. One of them's kind of dumb. The one you want to pick is the Jack Frost doll, but I remember you were streaming and I was like, pick the Rosette doll. That's the funny option.
Yeah, and I think I did pick it.
Yeah, and Rosette goes, oh, well, Risei goes, oh, those
aren't meant for children.
I was just like,
I'm like, oh no.
I remember I clicked that once just out of curiosity. I was just like, oh, like, okay.
Oh, God. How old is Risei again?
16.
Yeah, exactly.
Japan's weird. Japan is weird.
Anyways, so you have these little bits, and then you're able to Like you're still going to see Nanako in the hospital, but like again, the doctors can't figure out what's wrong with her because they're like, we don't understand why she's like not doing so well, and she's like not waking up and all this other stuff, and then December hits.
Yep. And then
after things get fucking serious, dog.
Yep. Like after you go out to go buy her the new Kawatsu and the present, you get a phone call and it's like, took a turn for the worst. Get back to the hospital now, please.
And once again, like Dojima is breaking like hospital protocol because he's like, no, I need to see my fucking daughter, you know, the whole thing. And then Nanako fucking dies.
Yeah, in because I remember we were playing this. I mean, we had all knew in the call, you had not. So I remember when that happened.
And I was like, no way, no fucking way, you know.
And there's a great moment here where the game immediately after this goes, save now. Like
serious shit is about to happen. Would you like to save now?
We really highly encourage you to save now. Possibly make 2 saves just in case.
Yeah, hold on. I want to see that screen. I want to see if I can find it.
I know it's very ignore that chime in the background if you can hear that.
Oh, I can hear it.
That's my laundry's done.
Oh yeah, my laundry's been done for a while, but we've been going for hours. God, I can't find the bit, but yeah, there's a point where like a save screen comes up and it says like basically like, hey, serious shit's gonna go down, so you might want to just save right here real quick.
Yeah, it's like one of those like, you don't have to save, but we encourage you heavily to save.
You should just do it real quick. So you go ahead and save, and then yeah, like more real serious shit goes down where Nanako is presumably dead. Everybody's emotionally shook by this, as they would be. And then they're like, where's Dojima?
Yeah, where's the emotionally destroyed
father
that no one was watching and knows exactly where the presumed killer of his daughter is?
Yeah, because they imply that like, yeah, that Namatame's in the same hospital, and they're like, why the fuck would he be here? Like, shouldn't he be in like a separate one or whatever? And he's being like heavily guarded, obviously. And so yeah, we're like, where the fuck's Dojima? And they're like, oh shit. And then I think you guys find Adachi, and they say like, where the fuck is Namatame? Like, where is he in the hospital? And he won't say it, but then Yosuke's just like, just tell us where he fucking is, you know, like basically shaking him.
Kanji threatens him
to like basically murder him if he doesn't tell him where they are. And then you go there, and then you find Dojima. Like he's like, I just want to talk to him. I just want to talk to him.
It's literally the Peter Griffin meme. I just want to talk to him.
Yeah, and they're like, no, we can't let you in, you know, the whole thing. And then, but he's able to distract them all so that you can get in there.
And then you get one of the most important and dramatic scenes in the entire game.
Like when people talked about this game to me before I played it, when they're like, hey, when December hits, save because shit's about to get fucking serious. I wasn't quite sure what they meant. But then I was here. I was at this point where I'm like, oh, shit is fucking serious right now. Where Yosuke does like a weird character turn where he's getting like, you can tell he's very distraught about everything. And he's basically implying that like, hey, let's throw Namatame in the TV, like, so he's gone. And this, because we know it's him, you know, let's just end this whole thing now, kind of a thing. And they're like, dude, what the hell's going on with you? It almost feels like his shadow is taking over a little bit.
The way I thought of it was, the game is genius for doing this. They make Yosuke so weirdly out of character here that it actually is supposed to unsettle you as a player, so that you don't think as straight as you would. And it's supposed to kind of be like another way of kind of making the scene even more important. Yeah,
because it's like he's like your closest confidant in canon, right? So it would make sense that like you would want to kind of go with him because he's like, you know, freaking out and everything, and his reasons seem justified at the time.
But it also doesn't help too that the other most level-headed person there, Naoto, is also kind of like being very ambiguous with what she's thinking.
Yeah, so like everybody's acting kind of weird, and it feels like the game's trying to push you into doing something that maybe you should or shouldn't do. So you get, was it like 7 choices in a row?
7 choices in a row. 2 of them are extremely critical. Particularly the first choice, which is literally throw him in the TV or don't. Fun fact, if you throw him in the TV, that is instant worst ending.
Instant game over, basically.
Yeah. If you throw him in the TV, Nanako stays dead, the world is still full of fog, and you go home, and literally nothing good happens. And it's implied that the world is going to get engulfed by the fog.
Yeah, which basically implies that like Namatame is not the killer, basically.
Yeah.
And that was sort of my thinking when it happened. I'm like, well, if they're giving me all these choices, then that means there's more here than we realize. And the most level-headed approach you can take is basically just having you as the character telling everybody, like, hey, calm the fuck down.
Calm
like,
down.
Everybody, calm down. Like, there's clearly more here than we're realizing.
Yeah.
We're all acting emotional. We need to, like, think about this.
That's like, the second big choice, is the one where it says there's more to it than there's more to this, is the other answer that you have to pick.
Yeah, because, and they're like, what the fuck do you mean? It's right here, you know? Like, they can't see the forest for the trees.
Because if you don't pick that one, there's a second bad ending you can get here. Because we had previously seen Teddy kind of disappeared. We didn't know where he was because he's not present for any of this stuff.
Yeah.
It's implied that so even if you don't throw him in the TV, you still have to diffuse the situation. If you don't diffuse the situation, you get another alternate ending here. It's this, I call it the slightly less bad ending, where Nanako survives, but the world is still full of fog. Teddy's gone forever, and you still go home with it leaving it very clear that the killer's still out there.
Yeah. So again, the whole thing is implying that like Namatame is not the culprit that you think he is, right? So if you're able to make all of the right choices, then everybody basically calms down and says, hey, let's come back tomorrow, cool our heads, and let's see what's actually going on.
Yep.
Which is the right choice to make, you know?
And then Nanako lives.
Yeah, like she will eventually come back to life, basically. But yeah, so you come back the other day, or you come back the next day or whatever, where Namatame is a little bit more coherent. You kind of sneak in there, which I think was kind of like a funny way of doing it.
Naoto's like, police business. There's a thing in the lobby, and they, I guess, like made some sort of distraction in the lobby.
Yeah, and then like the whole gang shows up immediately, like, let's go in, guys. And then you talk to Namatame, and then you get a giant fucking lore dump where it explains Namatame and his entire situation and how he got here.
Yep, and it's very implied that he's not a bad guy. He's just heavily misguided.
Yeah, because he thought he was protecting people by kidnapping them, because he would see the women show up in the Midnight Channel and then they would be dead afterwards. And it was like the first was like his mistress, you know, seeing her die really fucked him up. Because obviously he was trying to escape from the entire controversy. So he was just hiding in his like parents' house or whatever. Mm-hmm. And then he saw like the other, he saw Saki die, or that she appeared in the Midnight Channel. And then he found her and tried to like help her, like kind of confront her or whatever. Mm-hmm. But it didn't really go down too well because he couldn't explain it properly. Yes. And she was just kind of like, oh, old man creepy, get out of here, right? And then she died, and then he's just like, fuck, you know, like he felt responsible for their deaths. So he's like, if more people come up, I need to like save them because I feel like I'm the only person who can do it, right? And so when he sees Yukiko, he basically starts his like kidnappings. So what he's doing is taking these people and throwing them into the TV, thinking, oh, they're safe from being murdered if they're in the TV.
And because the party has been going and saving them, it leads him to think he's doing the right thing, because it's kind of just one of those endless cycle things where it's like they go in and save them and he thinks, oh, I did this. I was the one who saved them. When in reality, he was actually dooming them.
Exactly. So it becomes, like a case of mistaken identity, basically. So when he finally realizes all of this stuff, he's beside himself. He doesn't really understand how to properly handle any of this. And he knows that like nobody's going to believe him. And one of the reasons he opens up to you is because like you understand, you've been there.
Yeah.
So he knows that like, oh, you've been there, so you'll understand my story. So it's a very powerful moment. And yeah, like it is kind of that like big emotional thing you need at this point in the game. And then you mentioned like the warning letters, and he's like, "Oh, I never sent those."
Yeah, and that's
that says to you, oh, you know, obviously there's the real person is somewhere out there, and that they're kind of using Namatame and Kudo as, you know, pawns basically to kind of divert attention away from them, basically, because everyone's focusing on them.
And then we get to one of the most interesting scenes in the entire game, where the gang kind of regroups and they decide to go just kind of I think you kind of have, there's this whole scene where you kind of have to go ask around for evidence on who could possibly be the killer if they saw anything strange going on, which this scene is a pain in the ass. Like,
it's really annoying. And at this point, like the music changes, we get like the creepy music.
Oh yeah, the bass and the drums.
And I think at this point, that's when the fog is starting to really descend
yep.
onto Inaba, where it's like, oh, like serious shit is happening and we need to try to get rid of it for good. And yeah, the scene where you have to go around and talk to everybody to get the evidence, because we say like with Kanji or with Nato or some of these other characters, you have to go around town asking people about stuff that you already know, so that you can give that information to Teddy or Rise so that they can find them in the dungeon. And again, it doesn't make any fucking sense because you know this shit already. Like nothing that NPCs tell you about the characters is stuff you don't already know about them.
That's one of the few flaws I find with this game. It's kind of like a padding thing, to be honest.
Yeah. And it's like, this game doesn't need any padding. It's long enough.
Yeah.
Like Jesus Christ.
But you do that.
In this case, I think it's fine because you're trying to figure out who the killer is. So I think it kind of adds to it. So here, I think it's kind of forgivable.
And eventually, after you do this, everyone kind of regroups at the Aya, the little ramen place.
Yeah.
And they kind of all chat. They're like, you know, who could it be? And eventually,
and Naruto like puts all everything up that they know, right? And then it gives you like, or no, like you're chatting in there. Everyone's kind of throwing ideas around, but then like Yu steps up and goes outside, and then Yosuke and Naruto come out with you, you know, and they're just kind of looking up at the stars, and you're just like, so who do you think is it? And then it gives you a list of every character in the game at this point.
And as we found out on stream, you can accuse Yukiko, you can accuse Nanako,
you can accuse yourself.
You can only do this 3 times though, because you get an instant game over if you fuck around too much.
Yeah. So, in case you hadn't found out by this point, the killer is Adachi.
And once you realize that, it is the most. You think back and you go, how did I not notice before this?
Though the game does something, which is when you select Adachi, the game gives you the option of, do you tell them or not? Which is, when that happened, I'm like, that is an interesting thing to show up. But that relates to, as we'd mentioned before, the accomplice ending.
Yes. The most frustrating ending in the game, but also the most.
Oh, yeah.
One of the more interesting points.
Yeah, it's like if that was canon, that would be like, that's a bold way to end a game.
So I guess we can
like I would kind of respect that, you know.
I guess we can kind of throw it to that now. Like if you do Adachi's social link, you can actually end up kind of teaming up with him. Yeah. And it ends up getting to this point where you get to a point where you can actually burn the letter that is essentially the only evidence that'll prove it's him. And the slasher's face he makes after you like do that is one of the most unsettling things in the entire game.
And the laugh that he does.
Yeah, like, Johnny Young Bosch went so fucking hard for that scene.
Yeah, seriously. If you guys haven't seen it, look up that scene where basically you tell Adachi like, hey, I know, but I don't care.
And then,
you know, and he basically loses his mind like right then and there.
And it ends in the creepiest fucking way possible because it shows you getting on the train to go home. And then it cuts to this scene where it's like, he's going to be watching you for the rest of your life.
Yeah. And then you see like a shadowy figure like by the train tracks, which implies that like Adachi is not done.
No. And it's
And
like,
now that Yu is gone, he has nobody stopping him anymore.
it's like an ending that the game did not need, but I'm kind of happy they threw it out there as just a thing that you can do
Yeah,
if you really want.
probably because their idea was like, oh, if we make Adachi a social link, how would that affect, how people play the game? And it gives you a different option. And obviously, it's not the canon ending, but like, it is a bold ending for a game like this.
Yeah, it's like, goddamn, like
very dark turn, and it doesn't fit because it doesn't fit with like Yu's character at all in any way, shape, or form. It's
imagine
just
stumbling.
it's like a what if, you know what I mean? Like if you read like a Marvel what if or something,
Like
it's kind of that.
Imagine you stumble into that ending completely on a first playthrough by accident. Like,
yeah, I couldn't imagine, but yeah, if you haven't seen the accomplice ending stuff, look it up. It's pretty fucking crazy. But assuming that you do the normal thing, and that's you tell everybody it's Adachi, and then it's like, oh, everyone goes like,
yeah,
oh fuck, like
everyone's like,
it all makes sense.
Everyone's like, it was so fucking obvious.
Yeah.
Because he literally was.
To be fair, in a first playthrough, the game does a good job of not like leading you on that it's
because
I mean.
They play up the fact that he's such a quirky, goofy guy that like you just think, oh, it's just him being incompetent as usual.
Exactly.
But then you realize how it's like he's always there and he's always giving a little bit too much information, and he gets really excited.
Yeah. He's always talking about everything. He's like, "Oops, I think I've said too much," and it's like, do you think he's doing that intentionally?
Or it's like when they thought it was Kubo, he got really happy about that. Or when they think it's Namatame, he gets his famous line of, "I guess that settles it." Which
exactly.
Is what they use to actually confront him at the hospital, because he's actually desperately trying to get Namatame moved from the hospital.
Because I think at this point he's realized that like Namatame is coming to
is likely not going to get convicted for this.
Yeah.
But it ends up being they confront Adachi, and I love like his like he just literally, once they accuse him, he just flat out does like this, like, screw this, I'm out of here, and just runs away.
Yeah, like fucking Scooby Doo, because even because what's great is Dojima is there when it all happens, and like he's like, no way, like he can't believe it. But then when Adachi starts acting weird, he's like, no fucking way, like it is you,
Yeah. And then like
he doesn't need any convincing.
That scene though, when they all run and then Dojima just face plants, I'm like the poor guy.
Yeah, is he still recovering at that point? But you try chasing down Adachi, and then you can. He mysteriously vanished. Where did he go? And he conveniently ran into this room that's a dead end with a giant TV in it. Now he's gone. Where could he have possibly gone?
So it ends up being, oh, he's in the TV world now, and then we get another huge lore dump from Adachi.
Is that this point, or is it when we get into the dungeon?
Oh wait, that's when we get in, because we have to actually find our way there first.
Yeah, because at this point, we got to go do his dungeon. And his dungeon's fine. It's a little annoying, but it's not nearly as bad as like the Void Quest one.
What'd you think of the twist where you get to they're trying to find Adachi's dungeon, and Risei can't find it, but then like Teddy's like, wait a minute, and it leads back to that first place where they first entered the TV world.
I liked that. That was a nice touch.
Well, especially when you find out Adachi's connection to that room later on.
Yeah, it's a really nice touch. But then you go through his dungeon, and then you run into him and fight him, and then his giant lore dump. What's his giant lore dump, Bill?
So one thing you notice when you fight Adachi is he's got a persona.
Yeah,
he's literally just like you, in a sense. So we find out from Adachi's lore dump that he was the actual murderer, and
he straight up admits to it at this point.
Like, because it shows a cutscene in the Amagi Inn where he's confronting the reporter, and we find out too he's been a piece of shit the entire time. Like, he was never a good guy.
No, never.
Because he runs into the reporter and he straight up tries to assault her, which is fucked up.
Yeah.
And in the struggle, he ends up pushing her against the TV and finds out he can push people into TVs.
And then that kind of like sets his brain off.
Like he's like, oh, well, this is fun. Like, well, because at first he thinks nothing of it, and then he sees she died, and then
Yeah.
he realizes I can kill people this way.
And then he really starts to enjoy it.
Because then he gets the he ends up happening to confront the question Saki about the questions, and he ends up about them because she found the body.
Yeah.
And in the process of that, he ends up getting kind of fed up with her, so he just decides shove her in the TV too. Which is really messed up.
Yeah, it basically shows that like, yeah, he's really not a good person at all.
But then like another twist is when Namatame calls the police station to talk about what he knows, the person who happens to answer is Adachi.
Yeah, conveniently.
Who then goes out of his way to be like, oh, maybe you should go put them somewhere safe. And then puts that in his head. So now Adachi's like, oh, I can get this done without actually having to get my hands dirty. But then it's implied he's the shadowy figure that's always upset whenever you save somebody.
Yeah,
But after this, it's also implied that he kind of got the itch again later. So when he was questioning Kubo for killing King Moron, he decides, yeah, I'm done with you, and just throws him in the TV as well, thinking nothing of it.
Mm-hmm. So he just, as we find out, he's just a really horrible, shitty human being.
Well, yeah, because he reveals the only reason he became a cop is because that's the only way he could get a gun. Like,
yeah, basically that, like, he was powerless and like, couldn't really do anything, and the world is a cruel place. So he's like, fuck this place. I'm gonna try to, get my best out of it. And also he said he always talked about Nina about like being bored and there was nothing to do. So part of what he was doing was also out of boredom. Yeah. Which is also like demonstrably horrible.
Yeah, in a lot of ways. But once you defeat Adachi, he then becomes this giant spear thing.
Yeah, very, very weird.
It's like a giant eyeball that sprays. It's essentially the source of the fog.
Yeah.
And you beat that, and then the fog goes away outside of the TV world. Mm-hmm. But it doesn't clear up inside the TV world.
No, it does not.
But everyone thinks the day is saved going from there. Adachi's cat is finally put to justice, and you're basically now like, well, I guess we wait. Nanako and Dojima are still in the hospital, so we're gonna have to wait for that.
Yeah,
but we still got to go to school. So
yeah, you still go to fucking school and everything,
and this is the point in the game where essentially it's like, oh, go on.
Yeah, because you fight Adachi, and then you fight like the persona or the shadow that was like kind of controlling him or whatever. And when you beat him, he's basically just like I'll lift the fog then.
Yeah.
You talk to the shadow, and he just kind of like strikes it. He's like, oh, if you could beat me, I'll lift the fog. You beat him, he's like, all right, I'll lift the fog. And again, it all seems a little too convenient that it just kind of ends so easily like that,
But at this point now, there's a bit of a lull in the game where essentially it's like, all right, you got a lot of time on your hands. Work on your social links that you haven't finished yet. The ones that you still have access to.
Exactly.
Or any side content you haven't done yet. Because the next thing we get to do is we get to go on a skiing trip.
Yeah. And the skiing trip part is great. That's a lot of fun.
It is. It's a cool thing. I love the goofiness. Like, I love they're in the lodge and they're telling ghost stories, and Yuki goes a little bit too into it.
Yeah.
And then you get to go.
And they even bring in like the creepy music as well.
Yeah, which I thought was great. And then on one of the skiing days, you and whoever your love interest is at the time will get lost, separated from the group.
Mm-hmm.
And you end up finding this random ice shack. And I thought the game was going to go in a really weird place there for a minute, but before it gets too steamy, the entire party finds you.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, oh, there you guys are. What were you doing in here?
Yeah, what are you guys hanging out here? And you're like, no, nothing. No, nothing at all.
there's conveniently a TV in there as well. And it makes a static noise, and they're like, is that thing even plugged in? And then Margaret appears from inside the TV.
And she does, yeah.
She's because like, hey, earlier...
Because you're like, hey, you got to go back in. You're like, well, the fuck you mean I got to go back in?
Well, because earlier on, there had been a little scene of, we just saw Mary in this weird shadow world, and it was like, that's weird.
Yeah, because she disappears for a while. Because you go in to like talk to Igor and Margaret, and you're like, oh, hey, like, you know, where's Marie? And they're like, I don't know.
No, she left, and it's, I don't know. She'll come back, hopefully.
Exactly, yeah.
But eventually Margaret's like, yeah, you got to save Marie. She's lost. And I love how like all the characters just don't even react to this character that just pops out of the TV and it's like, it knows you for whatever reason.
Yeah, they're like, I think at that point, they're just like, yeah, whatever, man.
Yeah, at this point, it's like, okay. I think like Yosuke makes a comment about how beautiful she is, and then we move on.
Yeah, natural.
But this is the bonus dungeon of the Persona 4 Golden, which is Mary's dungeon. And I have to say, Mary's dungeon is weird.
Yeah, you can tell it's kind of it was added specifically for this game, because in a weird way it's almost kind of like thrown together.
I will say the one fun thing about it is, so we'd mentioned earlier, when you complete a social link, you end up actually, if it's a party member with a persona, their persona will evolve into their ultimate persona, which is cool. After you finish, you defeat Adachi's dungeon, there's another cutscene that happens where the personas can evolve again to a third form.
That's right.
This is the first dungeon where you actually get to utilize those third forms. And I will say, Kanji's and Yukiko's and Rise's in particular are fucking amazing.
They are. They really are.
Like
Yukiko's especially, like I've said before, I'm not the biggest fan of her as a character, but in this, when it comes to like the combat and the dungeons and all that, she is essential.
Yeah.
She is so fucking impactful in the entire game.
Because she is the best healer, and she's a fire mage, but she also has the single strongest fire attack in the entire game.
Yes.
The like fire petals or something. You get it for when you unlock her
devastating persona. Attack, yeah.
And I love it because like she's just like burn to scarlet and just burns the fuck out of everything.
Oh yeah, and it just, even if like enemies aren't weak to it, it just fucking wipes them out. Yeah.
And then Kanji also gets one of the most interesting physical attacks. It's called Way of the Man. And it's such a goofy attack.
That is a goofy attack, but I quite enjoy it.
And then Rise's persona is just freaking OP by this point.
Oh yeah, where she'll like block attacks and like revive people and just give you like, here's some SP, you know, that kind of stuff.
I love the design too, because it's literally her persona, but it's got a telescope for a head and the solar system just chilling.
I do love that. Yeah.
But
yeah, you go into Marie's dungeon, and then you finally find her, and she's doing the whole like, oh, I gotta like sacrifice myself for the betterment of everybody, and you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then fuck, I forget. Yeah, she just keeps going on about that specifically.
Because you find out that she's actually here. She's actually a god in a similar sense to the giant ball spear thing, and something else we'll talk about later in the game. But so she's actually this kind of like deity character, and basically she's remembered who she is, and she's realizing I can't associate with humans anymore.
Oh yeah, she was a spy for Amino Sagiri.
Yes, but she ended up getting too close to the people she was spying on, like in all these cases, and she kind of went rogue.
Yeah. And she's like, oh, I can't do this. I need to kill myself so you guys can all like live or whatever. And they're like, we don't have to do that, you know? But you fight her, and you fight like, you know, the boss that's inside of her basically, and essentially frees her from this like duty that she has. And then that she's allowed to, I guess, just sort of exist as a human now.
Yeah. Like I love the whole like thing there too, where she's like, no, you can't be my friend. And they're like, well, we're going to beat the shit out of you until you are a friend.
Basically, yeah. Oh yeah, because she finally realizes she's like she's the true form of like a goddess that's meant to actually protect people.
Yes.
So she's able to like be freed of like the fog and everything and can just sort of exist as herself, I guess.
But once you beat her dungeon, then you get back to the world and she's finally free. And it is a nice cap on her storyline to a degree. I think in the game she's handled a lot better than she is in the outer media.
Yeah, like they do put some work into being like, hey, if you max her out, like here's kind of the result. But if you're trying to get like the perfect ending, you have to max her out and do all of that Marie shit. So at least they make it to where when you get to the end, you're like, oh, that was pretty solid. I enjoyed that.
But then after that, we get a fun cutscene of them in a bathhouse again, and the boys are pervs again because, of course, Japan's funny. Anime.
Well, there was the one earlier where like with Nato, they're just like, oh, so she is a lady, and like Yukiko's like poking her boobs and shit, and it's like, oh god,
it's very Japanese.
Yeah, and then yeah, there's the one where like Marie shows up with them, and
see, I like that one because Marie blows them up after for being pervs, which is fun.
Yeah, because like on the other side of the fence is like Kanji's like trying to prop up Teddy and Yosuke.
And you just kind of like standing there like, I don't really want to be part of this.
You just like, are you sure about that? You know? But then like, of course, the fence goes down and then it becomes, like a whole thing. And yeah, again, it's played for laughs, you know, because that's what Japan finds funny. Yeah. But then, so then all that happens and then you get to the end of the year. Like everything's sort of wrapped up and, you know, people are sad to see you leave.
You've done like, basically everything that you need. At that point, you should have completed everything, all the side quests you wanted to do.
Yeah, hopefully at that point you've done everything you can do because you really can't go back at this point.
There was a Valentine's Day event, which was kind of cute, I guess.
Yeah, depending on who you romanced. But you go and talk to everybody who's like bonds you've maxed out, and you're just like, oh, I'm gonna miss you. It was a good time or whatever. And then at this point, the game does the whole like, oh, are you ready to leave?
Oh yeah. So I will say before we get to that, did you notice the certain characters when you were saying goodbye had different dialogue depending on your social links?
Yes.
Because I know Yukiko's is really funny if you romance her because she'll go through the whole thing of saying goodbye and then she'll be like, you know what? Screw it. I'm coming with you. And your character just goes, what? And then she's like, just kidding. I just want to see your reaction.
Yeah. Well, Yukiko is the one who teases that the most. Like, I'll just go with you. And it's like, what? Fucking what?
Well, her social link, though, also implies, though, she finally understands her place.
Know your place, woman.
Not like that.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself. But anyways, so you get to the end, and then the game's like, oh, are you ready to leave yet?
Oh yeah, this is where you can very easily miss the good ending again.
Basically, yeah. At this point, you say no, and then you're like, oh, reunite with everybody one last time. Yeah. And then you all go back to the Junes, you know, and you all just sit there and hang out, and then they go, wait a minute. And then shit starts like going in their brain. They're like, wait a minute. Why the hell did this thing exist in the first place? Yeah. Basically, they're doing why did this even happen? Like what was the genesis of this whole thing? Because they're like, we closed it maybe, but we're not like sure about it, you know?
They kind of come to the thought of it's like, you know, how could Adachi push people into the TV? Like,
yeah, they're like, how did this TV thing even happen in the first place? You know, like, why does it only happen here and all this other stuff? And then
if you choose to go home right away, it just cuts to you getting on the train, and you get a good ending, but it's not. It's a very unsatisfying ending, I will say.
Okay, I mean, I assume they don't add anything. It's just the you getting on the train and leaving, and that's it.
You get on the train, you get all the friendly goodbye like cutscene, but then you don't get anything after.
Yeah, which is, to me, that's probably the ending of the original game.
Maybe I think it might be slightly different just because there is the thing after this, but
because I think that was added in Golden. That wasn't added in the original.
So the epilogue is, I think that the cutscene's a little different if you don't get the true ending.
Okay.
But
any case, yeah. Then you all start figuring like, what the hell's going on? Like, they're all like, wait, why did you activate his persona, and he never confronted his shadow self. Like, what was the whole deal with that? And then for some reason, you're reminded of the gas station attendant.
Yeah, the most this is the most what the fuck scene in the entire game.
Because by this point, you've completely forgotten about it. You've put it in the past, right? But they're like, wait a minute, go talk to the gas station attendant. And then you go talk to the gas station attendant, and the gas station attendant goes, "You finally found me."
Well, at first they're kind of like they try to like be like, oh, the job. Oh no, you can't have that. We're not hiring right now. And it's like, oh wait, you're here for something else. And it's kind of like the anime ellipses thing. And it's like, so you finally figured it out, huh?
Yeah, you're like, wait a minute, what? And then basically the ultimate like true evil fucking god or whatever
when it
was working at the gas station the entire time.
When it cuts to that scene of like the up close shot of that character's like because that character didn't have a profile art before, but like when they show them up close here, it's like that actually was kind of a jump scare. I was like, whoa, like holy shit, like this is a thing.
Yeah, basically, they're basically revealed to be Izanami no Okami, who is basically the person who has been like pulling the strings the entire time behind this, I guess.
Also, apparently the wife of Yu's persona.
That is weird.
That's a weird mythology thing in there.
Yeah. But basically, yeah, they're like, I was the one who wanted to like merge the TV and the real worlds together and engulf them all in fog and basically rule everything or whatever. So, and that opens up the final dungeon, the very last dungeon in the game.
Which you take a look at that floor and you go, wait a minute, this is that area I was at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, pretty much. And so you go into the final dungeon, which is just kind of a whatever dungeon, nothing too crazy.
It's not a super challenging dungeon by any means.
But by this point, you should be like pretty leveled and have no issues, right? And then, yeah, you get to the end and you do the anime thing where you kill God with the power of friendship.
Yeah, there is that really disturbing scene where like Izanagi will like grab all of your friends and like pull them into hell.
Yeah, and then and they're pulling like you in as well. But then it does the whole like, oh,
power of friendship.
Yeah, the power of friendship resurrects you and awakens your true persona, your Super Saiyan God or whatever the fuck. And then
Izanagi some weird name.
Yeah, whatever. But like, so the boss keeps hitting you, and they're like, "Why can't I fucking kill you?" You know. And then you do like your one final big move and murder it. And basically, at that point, you've taken out the true final boss. There's no fog. It's as clear as it's ever been.
The fog in the TV world clears up, like everything.
Yeah, there's no Midnight Channel anymore. It's all gone. You did it, son.
Until the spin-offs happen, we don't have to talk about those.
But yeah, they're like, you did it, son. And then yeah, that's how you get the true ending where you sign everybody off and then you ride off into the train and it's a lovely, beautiful moment. And then we get the epilogue. So you come back a couple months later to visit because everyone's like, you're gonna come back and visit, right? And he's like, yeah. The most emotion you ever get out of him is the nod. But he comes back and then you see Namatame campaigning for mayor. Is that what he's doing?
I think that's what it's implied. He's turned a new leaf and he's campaigning to make the world better because he wants to make up for all his wrongdoings.
Yeah, which is noble of him.
I do like the comment too, where all the people are like, I don't think he'll win, but hey, he's saying some interesting stuff.
And they treat it as like, oh, this is his punishment. It's like he has to run for fucking political office.
Yeah.
But then you go back to June S and you're just kind of like,
well, first you go home and there's no one there, and Dojima's like, oh, sorry, can you just hang out for a bit? I'll be home later.
Yeah, and you're like, this is weird. And then you go to June S, and then Yosuke and Teddy try to surprise you because Teddy just ends up fucking living here, I guess. Like he's just there now.
Well, because at the end of Teddy's social link, we found out that he's straight up just a shadow.
Oh yeah, we forgot to mention that. Yeah, he's a shadow.
Shadow that gained sentience and then became He basically became a human somehow.
Yeah, which doesn't make any sense why he has a shadow if he is a shadow.
Yeah, it's that's one of those things where you kind of think about it for a while and you just go, anime, I guess.
They probably didn't think about it that hard.
I love that like reveal though when they go to Junes and like you can clearly see everyone hiding in the background, and then they're just like, oh shit, he's here. Boo, I'm a bear.
It's great. Yeah, but then you see everybody and everybody has a new look to them. Like they've all
grown because it's been a year or so since.
Yeah, and it's like Chie's growing her hair out, like Yukiko has her hair up in a bun. Naoto is like not in like coats anymore.
Naoto
like,
has embraced her femininity.
Femininity. Yeah, Rise is letting her hair grow out a bit, and like Yasuke cut his hair, which I'm not sure how I feel about it. And then Kanji looks the fucking worst because because now he just has like back to the regular like black hair and everything, and I'm just like, bleach it again. Go back, man. It just looks so bad.
Well, they make a point of bringing it up because it just cuts to everyone just staring at him, and he's like, "What?"
Yeah, like what? You know.
I also did like the subtle character thing where Yukiko wasn't wearing red anymore. She's kind of moving on past that.
Ah, I didn't notice that. Nice little touch.
She's notably in blue, which I was like, oh, okay, she's finally getting past that.
That's cool. That's cool.
It's implied that Rise is an idol again, and she's kind of grown out of her childish nature, and she's kind of being more of an adult now.
Yeah, because she's what, like 16 now or 17 now, so she's an adult. Anyway,
17 going on 18, I think.
Yeah, whatever. Anyways, so you hang out with them, it's all great, and then you go back to Dojima's place and you're all eating, and then you see Nanako, and Nanako's like, big bro, and it's beautiful, and she's starting to learn piano, which I think is what her mom played as well.
It was what her mother did, yes.
Yeah, which is very cute. And then you're watching TV and you watch the weather, and then fucking Marie is the meteorologist now. She just does the weather, and she has control over it as well. Because she's like, oh, on like Thursday, it's going to rain. I'm just going to say it's going to rain. And they're like, it's amazing. She's always right. She never gets it wrong.
It's a weather person that's actually right all the time. What a novel thing.
And weather patterns can be hard to predict.
I know. It's just, it's such a funny character thing. And then she shows up and you get that fun little group picture at the end.
Ah, beautiful group photo. I want to hang that in my bedroom.
It is a very sweet ending though, because it's
but that's the very put the cherry on top of it ending. Like, we're done here. Like that was beautiful. And and Adachi is a model prisoner.
Yeah, that's actually a thing that the spin-off games do, because there's a point where in Arena Ultimix, Adachi is one of the playable characters in that game. And once the story's over, he gets sent back to his jail cell, and it's implied that Dojima actually goes and visits him. They chat and play like board games or something.
That's cute.
Yeah, it's cool. Like, you see where they all end up, and it's like just such a positive ending. There is a little nod to the spin-offs as well, because when you talk to Yosuke, he makes the comment, "Oh yeah, things got a little crazy last time you visited," which is implying the arena games where like they end up getting sucked into that weird battle arena thing for those games.
Oh yeah. I haven't played those, and I don't know if I ever will, to be honest.
You might be better off just looking up the cutscenes, because the games are good, but they are also Arc System fighters, and the stories are ridiculous.
I'll take your word on that one.
And then there's also Dancing All Night, which also has a story, but that's like the easiest story to get through because it's just a rhythm game.
Yeah.
But yeah. Persona 4 ends on that amazing note with that awesome ending credits theme that I love.
Yeah, what a fucking game, man. Like, I didn't expect to dig it as much as I ended up liking it, for real. Like, I thought at the end, I'm like, yeah, I'll like this game probably, but it's not like, a masterpiece or anything like that. And it kind of was a masterpiece. Like, I understand it now. Like, I think I'm more Persona or Atlas pilled than I've ever been in my life. And I understand now, like, how high quality that these games are and the stories that they tell. And yeah, I found myself immersed and like sucked into it really in a way that I kind of wasn't expecting.
It's crazy. Like, once you get to like Rise's dungeon, you the whole Teddy arc, how the story just like is like you have to know what happens next after that because it's so crazy all the stuff that goes on.
Yeah. And it's done in a way that I just really wasn't expecting. And yeah, I freaking fell in love with it. And when I was done with it, I was like, if they do end up remaking this game in a couple years, I'll play it again.
Yeah.
Yeah. If they make Persona 4 rerun in like 2028, I'll play it.
I don't know what more they could add to it, but I will play it regardless because I will play a better looking Persona 4 in a heartbeat.
I don't think they'll add anything to it. I think it'll just be a case of, Persona 3 Reload did really well, so we should probably do a remake for Persona 4 to give it a nice, fresh update. My guess is if they end up doing it, it'll be after Persona 6. My guess is Persona 6 is what they want to get done next. Like, that's the big thing to get out now. It's been long enough. I think it's time for another mainline Persona game. But I see Persona 4 rerun. That's in my head. That's what it's going to be called because I think it makes too much goddamn sense to do it. And I think people will really dig it. There have been some people who are like, the rumor mill for that is really high right now because of, I think it was the lady who did the vocals for Persona 4. She's back at Atlas doing something. And everyone's like, oh, is that going to be the Persona 4 remake? And I'm like, maybe. She could be doing Persona 6 music.
Yeah.
Possible. Anything's possible, really. But yeah, with how beloved this game is, I don't see them not doing a remake because it would probably do really, really well.
It's arguably the game that saved Atlas. Like a lot of people say 5 did it, but I think 4 was the one that really started the
because when this happened, it was during all that like what Index Corporation stuff where they were like going bankrupt or they were bought by like a shitty company and they were still retaining the name, but they really weren't Atlas anymore. And that company was getting really deep in the debt and was about to declare bankruptcy and we're going to sell off Atlas. But I think they did, but because Sega ended up getting them.
What ended up happening was Sega bought Index and then basically took the stuff that Index owns that they wanted. And then they just kind of spun Index off and got rid of that.
Yeah.
But yeah, 4 is one of those games that like it's almost like timeless in a way. Like I feel like it holds up now just as well as it did in 2008.
Yeah, I was really fucking impressed with it, especially considering that I didn't really know anything about this game at all and just kind of went in blind. But basically, I went into it off of pure hype from you guys. Being like, hey, this game's really good. You should fucking play it. And I was like, all right, well, we'll see what the big deal is.
I understand like Metaphor and Persona 5, like the combat and gameplay has improved significantly. But I don't know. There's just a charm to the simple nature of 4 that I really enjoy, combined with that story that just that story sucks you in and like does not let you go. I swear.
It definitely helps that the game isn't like super big or like is kind of overwhelming with what it's trying to do. It's very approachable, as I had said earlier, that it's really easy to kind of get in and experience the whole thing from like a newcomer's perspective and kind of beats into your head like, oh, there's like the loop, you go do the dungeon, and if you don't have to do the dungeon, go do your social links. Like everything is very easy to kind of understand. And if you miss certain things, it's not the end of the world. Like the game gives you a bunch of times to save and gives you a bunch of fail safes. So you can kind of like take your time and really enjoy the entire experience. So yeah, I gave it a fucking 10. And I wasn't prepared to give it a 10, to be honest.
I mean, I do too, but I'm heavily biased. So
that's fair.
But yeah, it's been 4 hours.
Yeah, this went way longer than we fucking expected. Sorry about that, guys. We had to take breaks in the middle of recording this.
We sure did. But yeah, we're thinking about doing this as a monthly thing. It doesn't have to be monthly. It might just be whenever we come up with doing one of them. But I think we'll definitely pick more manageable games in the future.
Yeah, we'll try our best.
This was mostly a test run. Be sure to tell us what you guys think, and hopefully going forward, we'll be able to talk about more random games.
Yeah, if there's any random ass game you'd like us to play with this, please let us know. We have at least one that we're probably going to do maybe in like a month time or whatever. So we'll stick tuned to that. But yeah, if there's any certain game you'd like us to do, please let us know.
Yeah, and maybe we'll have guests as well going forward.
Oh, for sure.
But yeah, so thanks for joining us on the first episode of 3DOn't or
3DOn't.
3DOn't. Credit to our good friend Tony for coming up with that name, by the way.
Yeah, thank you, Tony Baloney.
But anyways, guys, once again, thank you for joining us on this very long episode of 3DOn't, a part of the 3DO experience. And yeah, be sure to check us out over on the Superpod Network. And you can check out all the fun shows. You already know them. I've said them enough. But anyways, guys, once again, thank you for joining us. We'll see you all later.
Bye-bye.